Chapter 569. It doesn't matter if it's cruel, it's just the winner dominating the loser.
It's very difficult.
Dobby shrilly shook his head, then continued proudly.
Only a great wizard like Sir Harles would be willing to pay us.
That's not necessarily true, Dobby. I'm sure there will be more people who will agree with us if we speak out.
Hermione said firmly, believing that the abuse of house elves by wizards these days was a result of feudalism. The little witch then asked Dobby how much he was paid every month and how many days off he took. Dobby was so excited that he wanted to reply in order to show off his master's greatness, but when he opened his mouth, he remembered that Ivan had once ordered him not to reveal the details of his salary to anyone else.
Herr Hals paid Dobby a lot of money and gave him holidays.
Ivan waved Dobby away, not wanting Hermione to ask too many questions. Hermione gave Ivan a suspicious look but said nothing. In her opinion, if Dobby was so grateful, then Ivan must have paid him well, perhaps a little less than a normal wizard.
What made you decide to liberate the house elves, Hermione?
Yvonne asked curiously, as he had always wondered.
Why not?
The little witch gave Ivan a very serious look and then went on.
House elves have done so much for their masters.
At this point, the young witch became furious, as she had been in contact with Creature and Winky and asked about their lives. In her opinion, house elves were a hard-working and loyal group who could easily become family friends with wizards, rather than slaves to be beaten and scolded. Ivan did not seem fazed by Hermione's angry words and spoke calmly.
Now that you've read the book, you should be aware of the origins of house elves. They are creatures created by wizards and must serve them for generations. This is the purpose of their existence.
Do you really think so? Wizards creating house elves, they're so much like goblins.
Hermione retorted, then paused to speculate.
Perhaps some wizards deliberately altered history in order to enslave them, so that house elves could sink forever. And
Hermione added. Ivan looked at Hermione in surprise. He had not expected her to question the contents of the book.
what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?
When Yvonne did not respond for a long time, Hermione looked uncomfortable and nervously stabbed her fork into a piece of cake in front of her, sending cream flying across the table.
No, nothing. I'm just surprised you thought of it.
Ivan laughed. He had read The Origin of the Bloodline, so he knew exactly what was going on. It is true that house elves are not wizards' creations, but rather magical creatures that wizards enslave to take control of the wizarding world. After all, wizards were not powerful enough to create a magical race with human-like intelligence and innate ability to cast spells. That was the realm of gods. Ivan suggested that this might be the reason why the wizarding community was so wary of house elves and had worked for centuries to cultivate servility. Ivan, however, saw nothing wrong with the wizarding senior's methods. Unlike in the past, wizards did not have a good time in the wizarding world. Now, they had the right to speak. Centaurs, goblins, merpeople.
Why did you cut down a tree when it's so important?
Now that I think about it, it was a blessing not to be beaten. Oblivious to Ivan's thoughts, Hermione thought he approved of her idea and happily told him about her plans for the future.
I'm going to set up a society to promote the rights of house elves, starting at Hogwarts, and convince Professor Dumbledore to improve the treatment of house elves.
Hermione announced.
I think you'd better not do that. Professor Dumbledore would never agree to it.
Yvonne tried to talk him out of it.
Why?
Hermione asked eagerly.
There are over 100 elves at Hogwarts, and even at the minimum wage, it's quite an expense every month. Even if Professor Dumbledore didn't discriminate against house elves, the board would never agree to fund them.
Chapter 570. What? You guys actually chatted about house elves all night. Ivan's words caused Hermione to pause. 70 or 80,000 galleons seemed like an astronomical sum to her. After a long pause, the witch stammered.
But house elves work so hard, isn't it worth it? It would cost more to hire a wizard.
That's true. They have to take care of the whole school in a way that most wizards can't.
Ivan said with a smile, not entirely disagreeing with Hermione. Before the witch could rejoice, Ivan continued.
And have you ever wondered how so many house elves are going to live without their masters? No wizard would want to hire them. Besides, you should go to the kitchens and ask the house elves what they think before you make a decision. If you really want to protect them, you should listen to what they have to say.
Ivan advised. In fact, he did not want Hermione to waste her time on such a thing, as it was a thankless task. As magical creatures that had been enslaved by wizards for thousands of years, house elves had long since lost their sense of resistance. All that was left was a morbid notion of slavery, and their loyalty to their masters was ingrained in their bones. Any house elf who made a mistake would punish themselves without their master having to lift a finger. Ivan's words reminded Hermione of Winky's fate, as no wizard would take her in after she was abandoned by her master, Crouch, and it was Sirius who suggested that she stay with the Black family.
And if you really want to change anything, you might as well take a look at this.
Ivan said, suddenly thinking of something. He took a book out of his extended charm pocket and handed it to the witch.
From junior clerk to minister for magic, how do wizards reach the height of their power?
Hermione asked, taking the book from him. Hermione looked at Ivan strangely, wondering why he would give her such a book.
When you become minister for magic, you will truly change the situation for house elves.
Ivan suggested earnestly. He felt that Hermione's concern for the current state of the house elf, aside from a sudden burst of compassion, was ultimately because she had too much time on her hands. Therefore, it would be better to give her something to do and set a big goal for herself. She might forget about it after a while.
You don't have to tell me, I'll get it.
Hermione said confidently, hugging the book to her chest. She saw too much in the wizarding world over the years to fix, such as the mistreatment of house elves or the discrimination of pureblood wizards against muggles.
Then you'll have to work hard.
Ivan said encouragingly, not wanting to dampen Hermione's spirits. He disapproved of the idea of making house elves equal to wizards, but he did not object to improving their living conditions, or he would not have paid Dobby. In contrast, some extreme pureblood families enjoy the convenience of having house elves, and at the same time abuse them, treating them like vermin. Even Muggle slave owners knew to look after their slaves from time to time to ensure that their personal possessions lasted longer, but some arrogant wizards simply did not understand this. Even as Ivan thought this, a faint noise upstairs interrupted his thoughts. Yvonne turned instinctively to look down the stairs.
What's the matter?
Hermione asked, not noticing Ivan's odd movements.
Soch.
Ivan put his index finger to his lips and made a silencing gesture. With a thought, he took out the Marauder's map and opened it. Ivan's mouth twitched when he saw the names stacked next to the Gryffindor lounge. Hermione looked at it too, and then her face turned red. Ivan stood up and pointed his wand at the dark stairway above. A scarlet magical beam of light shot out from the tip of the wand and collided with the steps, exploding with a loud crack and a shower of sparks. George and the others who were crouching there eavesdropping were frightened out of their wits and were thrown into chaos. Some of them even rolled down the stairs in a sorry state.
Why are you spying on us instead of sleeping at night?
Ivan looked at George and Fred, who had fallen badly, and the witches and wizards who had only met in the lounge.
We were just passing,
George said sheepishly, rubbing his chest, which still hurt. George scowled at Fred, who was standing behind him. They would not have been spotted if he had not changed his position due to his discomfort.
Right, hungry at night. We were just going to the kitchen to get something to eat.
Fred quickly explained. They had previously heard that Yvonne and Hermione would be having a date in the Gryffindor lounge tonight, so they were restless and eager to learn. Who knew Ivan and Hermione would spend the evening talking about house elves? This is so strange. If he had known this would happen, Fred would have slept in his room. Other wizards and witches came up with various excuses to prove that they had just happened to pass through.
House elves also need to rest, and I advise you not to bother them at night.
Hermione glared at George and the others, then looked at Ivan, hesitated, and finally whispered.
I'm going back to bed now.
Chapter 571, The Vanished Crouch. Within a few minutes, Ivan was alone in the lounge again. And so the farce ended. Ivan shook his head and extinguished the fire. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal of conciliating Hermione tonight, so he did not hold it against George and the others for causing trouble.
Right, let's see what he's up to.
Ivan muttered to himself as he walked down the corridor to his dorm, once again opening the Marauder's map to find Barty Crouch Jr. and confirm his whereabouts. Yvonne scanned the map and was surprised to find no sign of Barty Crouch Jr. Is it possible that Crouch Jr. got away at the last minute and is not in the castle? Ivan wondered, then dismissed the idea, as a familiar name came into view. Alistair Moody.
How?
Ivan asked, feeling a chill run down his spine as he stared at the moving names on the Marauder's map. The Moody at school turns out to be real, and not Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise.
Do you want to go and have a look?
Ivan rubbed his chin, tempted to sneak into Moody's lounge to make sure, but decided against it. Moody was an experienced and unusually suspicious Auror, and it was impossible for him not to have some sort of decor in the room, and he was afraid that he would be discovered as soon as he entered.
Damn it, what about the Triwizard Tournament?
Ivan asked, putting the Marauder's map away in frustration. He had wanted to control Crouch Jr. to cast the confunding charm, but his plan had fallen through. The next morning, Ivan woke up yawning after a sleepless night. After washing up, he prepared for the start of the new term. After a night of heavy rain, the sky outside was still a little gray. Large, greenish-gray clouds covered the sun, but it was so early in the morning that it seemed to be evening.
What classes are we having today? Well,
Harry looked at his timetable, searching his suitcase for the appropriate books.
I hope it doesn't rain today, or the Care of Magical Creatures lesson will be ruined.
Ron complained as he looked out of the window at the gloomy sky. However, Ron soon changed his mind. He wanted to slap himself in the face in exchange for a rainstorm. Because today's classes were terrible, the other two classes were nightmares except for Professor Sprout's. Hagrid somehow managed to get his hands on a species of blast-ended scroots, which he assigned to them. These creatures were extremely disgusting. They were like deformed, shelled lobsters, and they had a very strong, unpleasant smell. The afternoon divination lesson was no better, as Professor Trelawney mysteriously suggested that there would be bad omens this year, and attempted to predict Harry's birth date from the orbits of the planets, concluding that it must be in winter. Finally, Professor Trelawney gave each of them a complicated circular chart on which to fill in the location of the planet they were born, believing that the planet's course contained a mysterious omen.
She must have been mad to spout nonsense in class when everyone knows Harry was born in late July, and Professor Trelawney thinks you were born in the winter, which is not true.
After class, Ron couldn't help but complain as soon as he left the classroom. He felt that choosing divination was definitely a bad decision.
Even a master can go wrong, can't they? Professor Trelawney even managed to predict Peter's escape and the you-know-who.
Hermione defended Trelawney. After her predictions were confirmed, Hermione's attitude towards divination changed, and she became very keen on it, going so far as to make several predictions in private based on her knowledge of divination. Unfortunately, they're mostly wrong.
Who knows, maybe she was just talking nonsense the last time. You know who's been dead for more than 10 years, he can't have come back.
Ron pursed his lips. Trelawney's strange behavior in class made him doubt the accuracy of her prediction.
You forgot, didn't we deal with him a few years back?
Yvonne asked, glancing at Ron in surprise.
Oh yes, you and Harry met him once.
Chapter 572. I saw them killing someone in that room. Ivan's brow furrowed at the thought, as Trelawney's prediction was certain proof that Lord Voldemort was planning a resurrection. However, the process might not be as easy as he thought.
Harry!
Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a shout, and he turned to see Ivan looking at him worriedly. Hermione and Ron noticed Harry's unusual behavior and turned to look at him.
Something bothering you, Harry? Something to do with you-know-who?
Yvonne asked. Harry hesitated, unsure if he should say it.
There are some things I suggest you don't keep to yourself. We're friends, aren't we? Maybe we can help you.
Ivan tried to comfort her gently. This time, Moody's question made Ivan realize that his knowledge of the plot was losing ground, and he would have to start looking again if he did not want to be tricked. Harry's side was a good place to start. If he remembered correctly, Harry should have dreamt about what happened at Riddle House during the summer holidays. As Ivan had expected, Harry spoke hesitantly.
About 2 weeks ago, I had a very strange dream at home.
What? You said you saw Peter and heard V Mystery Man talking.
Hermione asked in surprise before Harry could finish.
It was a dream, wasn't it? Anything can happen in a dream, that's not surprising.
Ron argued before Harry could reply.
No, it seems different this time.
Harry shook his head and touched the scar on his forehead again, speaking slowly.
When I woke up from my dream, it hurt so much, and the last time I had it was years ago, when I was facing Lord Voldemort.
Ron's eyes were round with disbelief as he stared at Harry. He opened his mouth to say something, then stopped himself.
It must be some sort of omen.
Hermione said firmly.
I read in a divination textbook that some wizards can sense when their loved ones and friends are about to be in danger. Dreams are one of the most common.
You mean Harry and you know who are family or friends? Come on, that's funny.
Ron scoffed, thinking that the divination textbooks were unreliable and full of nonsense.
But they're the sworn enemies of the prophecy. That's a link, isn't it?
Hermione interrupted, and without looking at Ron, she grabbed Ivan by one arm and Harry by the other and ran towards the headmaster's office.
Let's go and tell Professor Dumbledore.
Wait for me.
Ron hesitated for a moment before following them. After running for a while, the four of them arrived at the door to the headmaster's office. They were shocked because they did not know the password. Hermione thought for a moment, then asked tentatively.
A cockroach pile.
The huge stone beast did not move and stubbornly stood in their way.
Why don't you try some sizzling honeysuckle?
Yvonne suggested. Craig.
Let's go.
Ivan smiled and was the first to enter. As they climbed the stairs, Harry and Ron couldn't help but ask.
How did you know this would open the door?
Because Professor Dumbledore usually uses his favorite sweets and drinks as passwords.
Hermione explained, turning back to Ivan. It was when she saw Ivan guessing the password to the headmaster's office that she made the connection. The four of them chatted as they entered the headmaster's office. After many days, everything was normal here. The only difference was the number of papers and newspapers on the central desk. Yvonne sneaked a peek as she got closer. All but a few copies of the Daily Prophet were supposed to be about the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore calmly flipped the document over and closed it. He scanned Ivan and the others with his half-moon spectacles and asked,
Hales, why have you come to see me at this hour? Professor, it's like this. I had this weird dream over the summer.
Harry gritted his teeth and repeated everything he had said to Ivan and the others. Dumbledore's face grew grave as he listened to Harry's story of what he had seen in his dream. He knew what it meant, of course, and it was proof that Lord Voldemort's power was being restored in order to link with the Horcrux.
How did you see that?
Dumbledore asked suddenly. Dumbledore's grave expression made Harry nervous, so he swallowed and stammered.
I think.
It crawled on the ground like.
Do you remember exactly what they said in the dream?
Ivan was also watching Harry closely, needing to know how the dream had changed in order to determine Voldemort's next move.
They mentioned the World Cup.
Harry struggled to remember the scene. But now that more than 2 weeks had passed since the dream, the memory had become as hazy as a veil, and the more he tried to grasp the details, the more they slipped through his fingers. With only the most vivid scenes left in his memory, Harry's face grew paler, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and his lightning bolt scar seemed to throb again. At last.
I also saw them in that room.
Chapter 573, Aren't they just two dung bombs? Do you have to hate them for so long? Harry's words stunned everyone present, including Hermione, who covered her mouth and stared at him in shock.
Did you see who it was?
Dumbledore asked, his expression neutral.
It was an old man, a muggle by the look of him, who was listening in on Peter and Voldemort's conversation.
Harry was breathing hard, his body shaking, and he seemed to struggle to get the rest of the sentence out.
It was Voldemort himself.
Dumbledore thought for a moment, then tapped his left index finger on the table. There seemed to be a great deal of pressure in the spacious headmaster's office, and Hermione and Ron were both frightened by Harry's description of the dream.
Professor, do you think it was just a dream?
Harry asked, unable to bear the heavy atmosphere in the headmaster's office any longer.
No, I think that may be true.
Dumbledore shook his head, his expression grave, as he looked at Harry and spoke again.
Voldemort must be planning something.
Harry and the others were horrified at Dumbledore's confirmation that Voldemort had come back to life. Ivan put on a serious face, but he didn't let it show. This was because he understood that Voldemort had not truly been revived, but had only acquired a baby-like body with Peter's help. However, Harry's words revealed another crucial piece of information. Voldemort's seventh Horcrux, the snake Nagini, had been made. In other words, there were 3 Horcruxes left.
Don't worry too much, Harry. From what you've seen and heard in the dream, I don't think Voldemort has fully recovered his strength, or he would have gathered his followers back together instead of hiding somewhere with Peter.
Dumbledore's gentle words seemed to calm Harry and the others, calming them down.
Do you remember any more specific details?
Dumbledore asked Harry again. Harry tried to remember, but eventually shook his head in disappointment, unable to remember anything more.
No hurry, you can think.
Dumbledore said, his eyes on Harry's. Harry saw something like light in Dumbledore's eyes, and then his mind began to swim, as if he were slipping back into the dream in which he was once again the serpent.
I remember now, a witch called Bertha Jorkins went missing, and it was Peter who did it. And they were planning to find another servant and try to get rid of me.
Harry spoke hurriedly, as if he would forget the memories if he slowed down, and then turned to Ivan.
And Ivan?
Me.
Yvonne pointed at herself in surprise. Harry nodded, remembering.
Yes, Voldemort was furious when he mentioned you. I was too far away to hear what they said.
Ivan frowned. It was bad news to be hated by someone like Voldemort. Ivan also had a new appreciation of the Dark Lord's pettiness. Prior to its true resurrection, the host's and Horcrux's senses were very weak, and it was Voldemort who confirmed the destruction of the Horcrux diary. Aside from the Horcruxes, Ivan didn't think he had much to do with the other party.
That's all I know, Professor.
Harry said dryly after a few breaths.
You have done well, Harry. This will be useful information.
Dumbledore said softly, looking at Harry with admiration.
So what do we do next?
Harry asked eagerly, eager to know what Lord Voldemort was planning to do to him.
Well,
said Dumbledore after a moment's consideration, looking up at the clock on the wall as if he had finally thought of something.
yes, it's almost dinner time.
Chapter 574, Malfoy gloating. Dumbledore's off-center reply left Harry stunned, unable to understand why the subject had suddenly changed from the return of the Dark Lord to this evening's dinner.
But
Harry tried to question her further, but was stopped after a few words. Ivan shook his head at Harry to keep him quiet, then turned to Dumbledore and said,
Professor, if there's nothing else, we'll be heading back. Go!
Dumbledore waved his hand wearily, and before they left he added,
If you hear anything more of the sort, you'd better let me know. So, we're just going to go back.
As they left the headmaster's office, Harry turned to look at them and announced reluctantly that he still had many questions.
What else? What do you think we're going to do?
Ivan asked, glancing at Harry. Dumbledore's meaning could not have been clearer. Even if Voldemort had been planning something in secret, they, as fourth-year wizards, would not have been able to do anything to help him. In the original timeline, Sirius would not have been killed if Harry had not snuck into the Department of Mysteries with his friends. In fact, it was all thanks to Harry's main character Aura that the young wizards and witches ended up being wiped out in the battle against the Death Eaters before the Order of the Phoenix could help them.
Ivan's right, Harry. We've done everything we can. Professor Dumbledore will take care of the rest.
Hermione chimed in. Harry opened his mouth to retort, but thought better of it and realized there was nothing he could do. While Ron comforted Harry, Ivan tried to think of a way to tell Dumbledore about the Hufflepuff Cup in Gringotts as naturally as possible. It was the easiest Horcrux to deal with at the moment, but breaking into Gringotts on his own would be difficult, and using Bogok's transfiguration would not be safe. The four of them soon arrived at the Great Hall. They had stayed in the headmaster's office for a while, so they were obviously a little late. The long tables of the four academies were already packed with people eating. Ivan and the others did not dare to delay and hurriedly found an empty seat. Ron was famished after a long day of lessons, and as soon as he sat down, he eagerly cut a large slice of cake and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it heartily. He then took a large gulp of lemon juice and burped in pleasure. Ivan aimed his fork at the cream pastry on the table and began to enjoy his dinner. As she ate, Ivan glanced in Hermione's direction and saw her calmly picking up a slice of bread and spreading jam on it. Ron noticed this and exclaimed,
Jesus, Hermione, you're eating. Didn't you say you'd rather starve than eat slave food?
Because I've figured out there are better ways to take a stand on elf rights.
Hermione turned to give Ron a nasty look. Ron pursed his lips but was not foolish enough to continue provoking Hermione, and instead turned to look at Harry, who was clearly distracted.
You're still thinking about you-know-who? Forget about them, Harry. Just think of it as a dream. No, it's a dream.
Ron cooed. Harry didn't say anything, just nodded perfunctorily. He wanted to put it out of his mind for a while, as Ron had suggested, but it turned out to be very difficult to do so, as his mind was filled with scenes from his dream that he could not forget. There was a loud flapping noise outside the Great Hall, and Ivan turned to see a flock of owls flying in to deliver letters and items to the long tables of the four houses. One of the owls was hovering over the Great Hall and flew towards them. Harry's face lit up, thinking it must be a letter from Sirius. During his visit to the Dursleys' home, he told Sirius about his sore scar and was anxious to hear back from him. Unfortunately, the owl landed on Ivan's shoulder when he looked at it expectantly.
Who sent you the letter?
Harry couldn't resist asking.
Well, it should be from my mother.
Ivan swallowed the steak in his mouth, grabbed the owl on his shoulder, and took the envelope and newspaper off its feet. Ivan had no intention of opening the letter on the spot, as it might contain information that would be inconvenient for Harry and the others to find out, so he kept it for later that evening. Ivan had no such qualms about the newspaper and flipped it open in front of them.
This is.
Yvonne frowned at the Daily Prophet's cover. It was a chaotic campsite, lit on all sides by fire, and a large number of people, wizards and muggles alike, were fleeing in panic, rendering the whole scene terrifying.
Isn't this the chaos that took place on the day of the World Cup? It's being filmed.
Hermione exclaimed, looking over. Harry and Ron heard this and looked over curiously. They both looked as if they had just eaten a fly, as the Daily Prophet, in addition to reporting on the chaotic scene at the time, specifically mentioned the Ministry's mistake and Sirius's near capture.
Your father's in the papers, Weasley.
Malfoy, having had his fill of food and drink, arrived with his two henchmen, holding an identical Daily Prophet in his hand and wearing a gloating expression. After taunting Ron, Malfoy turned his attention to Harry's body.
Oh, and you, Harry, your godfather nearly came into Azkaban again. How about I read it to you?
Malfoy, ignoring the looks Harry and Ron were giving him, cleared his throat and read it aloud.
After the Quidditch World Cup, there was a mass riot in which rioters burned down tents and tortured muggles for sport.
But
Yes, I think their suspicions are well-founded, and it's quite a coincidence that such chaos broke out so soon after Black's escape from prison.
Chapter 575, Alistair Moody. Malfoy's words infuriated Harry so much that he would have thrown his plate at Harry if Hermione and Ron hadn't stopped him.
Are you asking for a beating again, Malfoy?
Ivan put down his newspaper slowly and glanced at Malfoy helplessly. How many times had he done this? Did Malfoy always forget when to eat, or was Harry really that attractive?
You!
Malfoy's pale face turned red, and he wanted to say something harsh to prevent himself from losing his momentum, but when he saw Ivan show signs of drawing his wand, he swallowed his words. The previous few lessons had taught him that the difference in strength between the two parties was too great, and that fighting was asking for trouble.
I'm just here to congratulate Weasley's father and the Azkaban fugitive on the papers.
Malfoy dared to add sarcastically, before angrily leaving with his two henchmen. Ivan broke the silence.
Well, that's all thanks to your father leading the trouble during the World Cup, isn't it? Otherwise, there wouldn't be this misunderstanding.
Malfoy shouted, his voice fierce, a look of panic on his face. Harry looked at Ivan in surprise, wondering why he had said that. Ron looked excited.
Ivan, you must have found something, haven't you? I knew Malfoy's father was a bad lot.
Ivan ignored Ron, keeping an eye on Malfoy's changing expression, and seeing his excitement confirmed his suspicions. The chaos of the Quidditch World Cup was most likely planned by Lucius Malfoy.
This is slander. My father slept in his tent that night and he didn't go anywhere.
Malfoy shouted. However, his words were apparently not very convincing, and Hermione was able to find a loophole in his speech and retort sarcastically.
Really? Your father's sleeping in his tent after all that trouble. He's got a big heart.
Malfoy was speechless for a moment, and then he stammered.
My father is usually a heavy sleeper.
Ron pressed him relentlessly, even going so far as to reveal the gossip he had overheard at home.
When you know who lost power, your father lied and said that he was controlled by the Imperious Curse, which saved him.
A hoarse voice interrupted their conversation, and everyone turned to see Moody limping towards them from the other end of the Great Hall. Moody moved closer, the hideous scars on his face twitching, the large blue magical eye on his left turning from side to side more frequently, sweeping over Harry, Ron, Malfoy, and the others, then pausing on Ivan.
I just heard Death Eaters. Tell me, who the hell said that?
Moody demanded loudly. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Malfoy were all shocked by Moody's reaction, and Ron's body was shaking so much that he didn't dare make a sound, as he couldn't tell if he was saying the right thing or what Moody's attitude was. From what he had heard about Moody in the past few days, the new defense against the dark arts professor seemed to have a screw loose in his head, being jumpy and suspicious of everything around him.
We were talking about Sirius Black, Professor, the dog of the you-know-who, the fugitive from Azkaban.
Malfoy's eyes rolled, and he gave Harry a nasty look.
Trying to fool me. You're green, boy. I know that Black, he's not a Death Eater.
Moody shouted, his walking stick hitting the ground with a dull thud that interrupted Malfoy. Before Malfoy could reply, Moody smacked his head as if remembering something.
Oh!
Are you asking for a beating again, Malfoy? Ivan put down his newspaper slowly and glanced at Malfoy helplessly. How many times had he done this? Did Malfoy always forget when to eat, or was Harry really that attractive? You?
Are you threatening me? You're finished. I'm going to tell my father and have him fire you.
Malfoy backed away, looking at Moody in fear, and then ran into Goyle and Crail.
Go on, brat.
Moody spat disdainfully. Malfoy pursed his lips, not daring to argue, and fled with his two henchmen. Ron couldn't help but laugh when he saw Malfoy fleeing, and Harry looked gratefully at Moody.
Thank you, Professor. It's nothing. When Dumbledore sent for me, he told me to keep an eye on you at school and that I shouldn't let a Death Eater kid get too close to you. Who knows what's going on in his head?
Moody waved his hand and continued in a low voice.
I've met Death Eaters who excel at pretending to be harmless, then sneak up on you with killing charms when you're not looking.
Chapter 576, Moody, Are You Suspecting Me? Unfortunately, Ivan was disappointed to find nothing there.
You were watching me. Why?
Moody asked, sensing Ivan's gaze on him and turning his head to stare at him. Ivan's expression hardened. He had not expected Moody to be so sensitive. After a short moment of shock, Ivan recovered, looked apologetic, and explained.
Please forgive me, Professor. I'm sure you're aware of the rumors surrounding the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts.
You mean the legend that every year a wizard who teaches defense against the dark arts suffers?
Moody asked.
I think it's more than just a rumor. The previous professors have unfortunately come true. No one can teach for more than a year.
Ivan said confidently and flatteringly.
But I think a legendary auror like you might be able to break this curse. Don't flatter me, boy.
Moody sneered and waved his hand, not buying it. He bent down and stared at Ivan with his eerie blue eyes.
I guess that's not really what you're talking about. Your eyes told me you were suspicious of me, didn't they? What makes you think so, Professor?
said Moody once again to Ivan's surprise.
I did my homework before I came here, boy.
Moody grimaced, the walking stick in his right hand hitting the floor hard.
I have to say, Albus did lack consideration when he chose his students.
When it came to Lupin's status, Moody kept his voice down so that only Ivan and a few others could hear. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger were all surprised, wondering how Moody knew who Professor Lupin was. Ivan was not surprised. Moody and Lupin were both members of the Order of the Phoenix, so it was natural for them to know each other well. The only thing he didn't expect was for Moody to bring his suspicions to the surface, leaving Ivan somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Ivan was very thick-skinned. Even when he was exposed, his face did not change.
Professor is indeed a legend in the Auror world. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. I apologize for my previous offense.
Hey, there's some truth in that flattery.
Moody scoffed, then added,
Besides, you don't have to apologize to me for that. It's a good habit to be on your guard. I know what it's like, Harles.
Moody's head was bowed, his face suddenly tense.
I've caught too many Death Eaters in my life, and I've been a thorn in the side of many dark wizards on the run, who would do anything to get rid of me if they had the chance. So I have to do this every time.
As he spoke, Moody picked up a donut from the table and sniffed it. He then took out his silver knife and poked it a few times to make sure it wasn't poisoned.
Well, these desserts look okay.
Moody mumbled, smacking his lips. Ivan was rendered speechless by Moody's neurotic caution. Wasn't he afraid of having a nervous breakdown? Moody didn't think his manners were inappropriate. He had taken this caution to be a habit, and after swallowing the donut, he spoke again.
I read the paper a few months ago, and I have to say, that was quite a debate you had in the courtroom, Harles. If Dumbledore hadn't told me some of your stories, I would never have believed that a mere wizard could have so many legendary experiences.
Moody looked at Ivan with open admiration.
I'll think about it if I get the chance.
Ivan said, shrugging.
Is that so?
Moody looked disappointed at Ivan's patronizing remark, but he did not try to dissuade him. Instead, he picked up a plate and scooped some dessert off the table.
Remember always to be on your guard, boy.
As she watched Moody's retreating back, Ivan's doubts dissipated somewhat, as he was able to identify him as the real Moody from both his mannerisms and his acuity.
Looks like we're going to have a great defense against the dark arts professor this year, just like last year.
Harry exclaimed.
He's a true defense against the dark arts master, the legendary Auror of the wizarding world.
Hermione exclaimed, nodding in agreement. The little witch then turned to Ivan and said,
I think Professor Moody is right. Ivan, you're perfect for an Auror. If I became Minister for Magic, I'd hire you as the chief executive. What do you say?
Wait, Hermione, aren't you trying to free the house elves? Why are you talking about the Minister for Magic?
Ron asked curiously.
It's not exactly a conflict, is it? Only by becoming Minister for Magic can one truly change the way wizards discriminate against house elves. In the meantime, I'm going to go to the kitchens and ask the house elves what they think.
Hermione vowed, having already thought about what sort of position to assign Harry and Ron. However, neither of them paid any attention to Hermione's nonsense. Minister for Magic was not an easy position. Ivan was secretly glad that his words from the night before had had some effect. At least for the time being, he did not have to worry about Hermione taking out her vomiting badge and forcing them to wear it. With that in mind, Ivan returned his attention to the unfinished Daily Prophet. In addition to the front-page photo of the Death Eaters attacking the camp, Ivan also saw Sirius being captured by several Aurors. Ivan shook his head and said,
Sirius was too reckless. The Quidditch pitch was so chaotic, he should have stayed put to protect you. I think Sirius must have believed we could protect ourselves.
Harry defended his godfather. Yvonne rolled her eyes. They were lucky at best, but if they ran into a pack of Death Eaters, what difference would it make to them if they just used the self-defense magic? Chapter 577, Crouch is much more useful than a mole. After dinner, Ivan returned to the Gryffindor common room with Harry and Ron, while Hermione went to the library alone to read. as she felt she needed to know more about the history of house elves.
Ivan, do you want to take the wizard's flag?
Ron eagerly took out the new wizard's flag as soon as he returned to the lounge.
No, you play with Harry. He needs a bit of soothing.
Ivan refused Ron's invitation, shifting the blame to Harry. Avoiding their stares, he opened the letter from Alicia and glanced through it. "I've received the letter you asked Dobby to bring, and the revised opinion has been given to Gleason. He probably understood what you meant and promised me that there would be no mistakes this time."
Can't you just stop?
Ivan muttered to himself, his head throbbing. He rubbed his forehead and read the entire letter. The second half of the letter, unlike the first half, was filled with reminders of trivialities, but to Ivan's surprise, it specified that Hogwarts would hold the Triwizard Tournament with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang this year. The information given was also very detailed, even listing the 5 referees and speculating that one of the stages of the competition might be a dragon, as it was confirmed that the Ministry of Magic was discussing getting some relatively mild dragons from the Romanian dragon farm. At the end of the match, Alicia lamented the fact that only young witches and wizards over the age of 17 were allowed to compete, or she was certain that there would be no other Hogwarts champion other than Ivan.
That's odd. How did they know about the Triwizard Tournament?
Ivan raised his eyebrows in confusion, then realized that it must be news from Doggett. When discussing the Ministry of Magic, Doggett volunteered that some of his friends were high up in the ranks of the ministry and would be able to get first-hand information to make sure they had the information advantage. Now it seemed that Doggett's information network was useful, being able to find out the details of the match. After reading the letter, Ivan folded it and cast a spell to burn it to ashes so that no one would see it. He then went back to his room and took out a pen and paper from his drawer. After accidentally forgetting to write back to Hermione, Ivan reflected deeply on his actions and realized that he could easily forget such things when he got busy, so he decided not to delay.
Macca, send this to my mother.
Ivan ordered as he opened the owl's cage and tied it around her feet. Being a maverick owl, she disliked being in the public owl's shed, where she often got into fights with other owls. This was coupled with the fact that the maca was very clever and did not bark, so Ivan kept it in his room.
Cuckoo Tilda.
After receiving the order, Marka nodded lazily. It had been in the cage for several months and had not received a single messenger mission. Every day, it ate and slept so leisurely that it almost forgot that it could fly.
You're eating too much, Marka.
Ivan observed as she flapped her wings and almost flew off her feet. He was worried that the owl might fall out of the sky. However, Dobby was supposed to be at home at this hour, cooking and washing the dishes. He was too far away to sense Ivan's call, so Ivan had no choice but to send the letter in a primitive manner. It just so happens that this fat owl needs some exercise.
Infused with pure and intense emotion.
Ivan muttered to himself, but he had no idea, so he put the matter aside. This was not the only thing he had to do this semester. Repairing the crescent pendant was only one of the many things he had to do. In addition, he needed to obtain enough legend points to complete the next Bloodline fusion in order to deal with the future danger of the Dark Lord's resurrection. The last exercise of legilimency must not be left behind, and Ivan does not want to relive his summer holiday experience next year.
Excellent. Professor Moody's defense against the dark arts class this afternoon.
On Thursday morning, Ron, who was checking his timetable, exclaimed that he was looking forward to this year's defense against the dark arts class after talking to Moody in the Great Hall. In particular, George and Fred whispered to him that Moody's lessons would be
exciting.
Chapter 578, Moody's Defense Against the Dark Arts 1. However, Ron was not happy for long. When he turned his attention to his morning timetable, his excited face turned ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. This was because they had to go through one of Snape's potions classes before Moody's defense against the dark arts.
I wish we could skip this potions lesson.
Ron complained. Harry couldn't agree more.
If you'd only spent more time getting ready for class, you could have kept Professor Snape from catching you.
Hermione retorted.
Save it, he'll find another reason even if we don't make a mistake.
Ron spat. Preparations were impossible, not in this lifetime. Snape lived up to Harry and Ron's expectations and kept a straight face throughout the lesson. As soon as they made the slightest mistake in the brewing of the potion, Snape would appear behind them, deduct points with practiced ease, and deliver a torrent of insults. It was not until Neville accidentally burned out the cauldron in potions that Snape was able to distract him and save them. However, this caused Snape to lose his temper during the lesson, and he punished Neville with severe disciplinary actions, such as disemboweling a large barrel of horned toads before lunch, or he would not eat his lunch. Neville nearly burst into tears at the order.
Oh my God, did Snape take a potion today? I've never seen him like that before when Neville broke his cauldron.
After leaving the potions classroom, even Hermione thought Snape had gone too far.
I think he's been in a bit of a mood lately.
Ivan said, shrugging. The dream that Harry had explained to Dumbledore the other day was one that the professor would most likely pass on to Snape. Snape would be damned if he was happy to hear that the Dark Lord had regained some of his powers and was planning something. Additionally, as Lord Voldemort's powers gradually recovered, the dark mark on the Death Eaters occasionally became extremely hot, a harbinger enough to make every one of them double-crossing and escape the Ministry's Death Eaters. Ivan frowned at the thought, suddenly remembering that Doggett also had the dark mark. According to previous information, Doggett had no loyalty to Lord Voldemort, but if he did not get rid of this thing, it would eventually become a problem. This made Ivan realize that the missions given by the system, such as the task of tidying up Knockoff Alley, were necessary. The reward was knowledge of magical imprints, from which he might find a way to break the dark mark. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger were all trying to guess the reason for Snape's outburst, and agreed that it had something to do with Moody stealing Snape's post as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. After all, they both knew that Snape had been coveting the position for years, but Dumbledore had refused to let him. Ron even felt that Snape had something to do with the defense against the Dark Arts Professor's curse, and that he might have been the one who secretly jinxed the professors to get rid of them.
He must be furious because he thinks he can't handle Professor Moody.
Ron said confidently, almost convincing Harry and Hermione. Ivan, on the other hand, was deeply moved by Snape's burden of having to carry all kinds of blame in addition to being a double agent.
Put your textbooks away. They're not going to be useful in my class.
Moody growled as he hobbled to the middle of the dais, his cane in his hand. Hearing this, the wizards put away their textbooks and stared at Moody expectantly. From their years of experience with defense against the dark arts professors, it was clear that those who only knew how to read by the book were often subpar, and those like Moody who asked them to put down their textbooks were prepared to teach real skills. Moody, as was his custom, took out the roll and began to call out names one by one. His normal right eye moved down the list, and his strange blue magical eye moved restlessly from side to side, looking at each student who answered, memorizing their faces.
Very good. It seems no one mischievous would dare to be late for my first lesson.
When the last wizard had finished answering, Moody said this with satisfaction, then threw the roll on the table and took a few steps closer on his wooden legs. Seamus, sitting in the front row, could see the fine lines of the hideous scar on Moody's face.
Before coming to Hogwarts, I received a letter from Lupin, telling me the basics of the class and how he taught you last year how to deal with nasty dark creatures.
I wish we could skip this potions lesson.
What do you know about the dark arts?
At Moody's words, Hermione was the only one who raised her hand high in the air, but Moody's magical eyes were sharp enough to see that Hermione was looking the other way with her mouth curled, and that the others were not interested in answering. He was puzzling over this when he heard Ivan's voice.
I understand a little, Professor. The Ministry of Magic, depending on type and intensity, classifies offensive charms into 3 categories: curse, hex, and jinx. All of the evil dark magic that we know of belongs to curse, such as the 3 unforgivable curses.
Chapter 579. I'm not teaching you alone again, Hals.
Some of these spells are classified as dark arts by the Ministry of Magic, because they are generally lethal and high-level dark arts, such as the killing curse, require the caster to be extremely murderous.
Yvonne talked for several minutes in the enclosed classroom of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, thinking she had missed nothing.
That's all I know.
Ivan finally said. Moody looked at Ivan with an odd expression on his face. He had asked the question because he wanted an excuse to explain the dark arts to his students, but he did not expect Ivan to say everything he wanted to say.
Professor!
Ivan ventured when Moody did not respond.
Ah, well said, 10 points to Gryffindor.
Moody snapped, reacting quickly to Ivan's warning.
As Hales said, many dark arts require the caster to be malicious in order to perform their true power, which is why Hogwarts does not openly teach the dark arts.
Moody's sharp words, coupled with his scarred face, sent a chill through the hearts of the young wizards present. For a moment, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was silent, broken only when Ivan spoke.
Professor Moody, do you think wizards should not learn the dark arts?
Yvonne wondered what the legendary Auror thought of the dark arts. Ever since he realized the effects of snake eyes and knowledge of the dark arts on his personality during the summer holidays, he had been debating whether or not to pursue his research. The Slytherin students also looked nervously at Moody, as they had more or less been taught two-handed jinxes, some of them in the dark arts.
Of course, we shouldn't learn the wicked dark arts.
Hermione burst out before Moody could reply. To Hermione's surprise, Moody cut her off.
No, Miss Granger, I don't think wizards need to be completely cut off from the dark arts.
You mean you approve of us learning the dark arts?
Hermione asked, surprised. She had expected a legend like Moody, who hated evil, to be very resistant to the dark arts.
I mean, we have to know something about the dark arts to know how to deal with them.
Moody explained as he paced the classroom on his wooden legs, glancing at the faces of every student. After a pause, he continued.
I just wanted to remind you not to get too caught up in it, and not to try to learn dangerous magic beyond your means. It's best if you don't.
Some of these spells are classified as dark arts by the Ministry of Magic, because they are generally lethal and high-level dark arts, such as the killing curse, require the caster to be extremely murderous.
All right,
Moody said as he knocked his cane heavily on the ground to get everyone's attention.
now may I ask who knows what is the worst kind of dark magic?
Moody asked the young wizards.
The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse that I mentioned earlier, they are all unforgivable curses under Ministry of Magic regulations. If you release them on a person and they are caught by an Auror, the caster will be imprisoned in Azkaban.
Ivan replied immediately. When Ivan once again jumped to his feet without permission, Moody's scarred face screwed up, and he went on angrily.
Then do you have any idea why these charms are listed as not allowed?
Yvonne did not wait for Moody to finish this time.
One of the reasons why it is listed as an unforgivable curse is because there is no corresponding counter curse. For example, once hit by the killing curse, the victim will instantly lose their life. This process cannot be reversed. Although the Imperious Curse can be resisted by sheer force of will, it was one of the many spells that caused trouble for the Ministry during the last Wizarding War.
As for the Cruciatus Curse,
Ivan said hesitantly, looking at Moody.
Is there anything else I'm missing, Professor? I need to remind you that I'm not teaching you alone, Hals.
Moody glared at Ivan.
If you're done talking, what am I supposed to say? All right, Professor, I'll be more careful next time.
Ivan was also embarrassed, but the system prompt in his head made him unable to stop. Moody, unaware of Ivan's thoughts, mistakenly believed Ivan to have seen the error of his ways, and nodded in satisfaction before adding.
You were very detailed, but I have to correct you on one point, Hales. The killing curse is powerful, but it requires a great deal of magical power as a foundation.
Some of these spells are classified as dark arts by the Ministry of Magic, because they are generally lethal and high-level dark arts, such as the killing curse, require the caster to be extremely murderous.
I mean, if you say Avada Kedavra to me, the spell most likely won't work, and I'll probably get a nosebleed.
Chapter 580, Use Avada Weasley on Me. Harry looked confused when Moody suddenly pointed at him, but Ron looked eager.
Are you telling the truth, Professor? that even if we used the killing curse on you, you'd only get a nosebleed.
Ron looked at Moody curiously, suspicious of what Moody had just said. The other young wizards also turned to look at him. Moody's last-minute change of heart was so comical that several students burst out laughing.
Yes, I was right, Mr. Weasley.
Moody ignored the sniggering students, striding over to Ron with wooden legs and leaning close to Ron's face.
You don't believe me, do you?
Moody demanded, staring at Ron. Ron cringed as the strange blue eye stared at him, at a loss as to how to respond. He'd just been being clever and amusing.
Now, Weasley!
Moody suddenly shouted. Ron was so startled by this that he nearly jumped out of his seat, as were the rest of the young wizards, and Neville, who was standing very close to them, shuddered. The faint laughter suddenly stopped, and the classroom became eerily quiet. Ivan also looked at Moody in surprise, not expecting the old Auror to be serious. Although Ron's magic was weak and his spell casting was terrible, it was the most dangerous of the 3 unforgivable curses. It would be no joke if Ron managed to cast the spell.
Didn't you hear me? Now.
Moody yelled at Ron, slamming his calloused left hand down on the table.
Thieves!
Ron looked at Moody in horror and stammered.
Don't worry.
Moody forced a smile and waved his wand behind him, causing a glass bottle to fly out of the drawer and into his hand. Ivan could clearly see 3 black spiders the size of half a palm crawling restlessly inside the glass bottle.
Come on, Mr. Weasley, I'll show you how it's done.
Moody yelled hoarsely as he unscrewed the top of the bottle and slammed it on the table. Ron wondered if Moody had lost his mind and tried to move his chair as far away from Harry as possible. Harry too looked shaken. Moody held up the glass bottle and the 3 spiders escaped, only to be trapped by Moody's magic and forced to circle in circles.
Ha, look at these little ones, alive and kicking, but they won't be for a while.
Moody said darkly, then looked at Ron.
Remember, this dark art incantation is not hard to remember. We just have to do this.
All eyes were on the 3 spiders, excited and a little frightened. It was the first time that most of the young wizards and witches were witnessing the release of the killing curse.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
Moody drew his wand and yelled at one of the black spiders. The next moment, a brilliant green light shot out from the tip of the wand, and Ron, who was closest to it, felt a chill run down his spine. The green beam hit the middle black spider unhindered. There was no horrible wound. The black spider just shook violently and its body collapsed, stiff and unmoving.
Is it?
Ron gulped, his voice shaking.
Of course.
Moody grinned as he used his wand to lift the limp black spider and place it in front of Ron.
Why, you want to make sure?
Ron frantically shook his head. He was already terrified of spiders, let alone one that had just been hit with the killing curse.
As you can see, this is the killing curse.
Moody exclaimed, holding up the death spider so that everyone could see it.
Not just anyone can do it.
Moody went on.
It's either a powerful wizard or a complete villain who can do it. Most of the time, of course, it's a combination of the 2. The dark wizard with the most magic. It's their speciality. If you meet any of these people, you'll just have to pray that you don't get hit.
Moody growled, turning back to Ron.
Mr. Weasley.
Chapter 581, Ron, Professor Moody will kneel and beg if I have a moment of interest. Frightened by Moody's actions, the class proceeded to take notes. When the class was about to end, Hermione couldn't help but ask.
Professor Moody, why did you teach us about the unforgivable curses?
Professor Moody, why did you teach us about the unforgivable curses? I read that it's supposed to be taboo stuff, and the ministry doesn't allow it in class, and we're only in our 4th year.
That's a good question. Normally, you wouldn't be taught this until you graduate from Hogwarts, but things have changed recently, and Headmaster Dumbledore thinks you need to know more about the dark arts so you can protect yourselves in the future. Apparently, I'm better suited to this than anyone else. That's why Dumbledore asked me to be Professor of Defense against the dark arts.
Moody strutted around the classroom, glaring at the wooden legs before adding.
I'm only here as a favor, of course, to teach you for a year, after which, if things settle down, I'll return to my quiet retirement. Professor, do you think we might be in danger in the future? Like being hunted by a dark wizard who knows the killing curse?
Seamus sneered.
Yes, it's quite possible, Mr. Finnegan. I'm not joking with you.
Moody looked at him sternly.
And you shouldn't wait for danger to come and regret not learning enough.
Moody's words stunned Seamus, and he didn't reply for a long time. Moody ignored him and looked at the other students in the room.
When I was an Auror, I met many naive people like you, including some of my trainee hitters.
Professor Moody, why did you teach us about the unforgivable curses? I read that it's supposed to be taboo stuff, and the ministry doesn't allow it in class, and we're only in our 4th year.
Perhaps they thought their opponents would go easy on them, like a house wizard dueling.
Moody continued mockingly, his voice cracking.
Unfortunately, they were mistaken, and the dark wizards showed no mercy when they took their lives.
Hearing this, the young wizards could not help but laugh. However, he was interrupted by a roar from Moody.
There's nothing funny about it. I'm not telling you any more stories. I guess you don't expect what happened to these people. One of them was hit in the chest by a dark wizard's smashing charm during a fight and died instantly. We didn't even have time to get him to the hospital.
Under Moody's intense gaze, the students nodded eagerly.
If you understand, then write it down.
Moody shouted. The only sound in the classroom then was the shasha as the quill moved across the page, and no one dared to ask any questions for the next few minutes. This went on until the bell rang, and when Moody left the classroom, the wizards were relieved to see him, and there was a great deal of discussion.
Oh my God, did you see Professor Moody when he cast the spell? That was horrible.
Seamus was horrified as he recalled Moody casting the killing curse.
Where's the horror, killing a spider?
One of the students called back.
That's a killing curse.
Seamus protested.
You wouldn't say that if Professor Moody used it on you.
All but a few of the students were talking about the spells with awe, as they tried to show their bravery by holding on to the young wizard. The only one who was excited about this was Malfoy, who shouted at Goyle and Crail as he passed Ron's desk.
Actually, those unforgivable curses are no big deal. My father taught me them a long time ago, and I can guarantee you that I learned them before I came to school. I just never had the chance to use them.
But the killing curse must have been quite a powerful spell for some people, like Weasley.
Malfoy then cleared his throat and, mimicking Ron's horrified expression in class, screamed.
No, I wouldn't dare.
Goyle and Crawl followed and laughed foolishly. Malfoy was so pleased with himself that he shouted.
This is the first time I've seen him so scared, and if I hadn't seen him so clearly, I would have thought Professor Moody was trying to put a curse on Weasley.
Malfoy made no attempt to hide his voice, which Ron naturally heard.
Malfoy, do you dare to duel me? I'll show you if I'm capable of those unforgivable curses.
Ron shouted through gritted teeth, his face as red as his hair as he drew his wand and tried to confront Malfoy. Luckily, Hermione and Harry managed to stop Ron from having the most nosebleeds.
Don't listen to Malfoy. Was it because I was afraid to cast the spell? I was afraid that if I did, Professor Moody would die.
Ron insisted on boasting about his timidity as a last resort. He stated that if he accidentally killed Moody, Professor Dumbledore would expel him. Yvonne rolled her eyes. Yes, yes.
Ron, stop it. Fear of the unforgivable curse is not something to be ashamed of. It's very dangerous dark magic.
Hermione snapped, not giving him any face.
That's enough. I said I'm not afraid of this.
Ron began, clearly annoyed, and tried to argue further, but Hermione cut him off.
Professor Moody's not too far away. He probably heard everything you said.
Chapter 582. Are you sure you want to copy my homework? Moody apparently ignored Ron's nonsense, glanced at him once, then hurried away on his wooden legs. Ron let out a slow sigh of relief, then felt that he had lost face by looking scared, so he lowered his voice and explained to Harry and the others. As Ivan stared at Moody's receding back, he suddenly remembered that Moody's self-exploded teaching period was exactly 1 year, in line with the curse that Voldemort had placed on him. Was it a coincidence? Or is Dumbledore trying to find a way to escape Voldemort's curse on defense against the dark arts students? After all, the greatest effect of this curse was to prevent each professor from teaching for more than a year, and all the accidents were mere derivatives of this goal. If Moody himself had left after a year, the curse might not have been so against him.
So how do we deal with the disarming charm and put up obstacles? But I wrote about that last time. How about cover? Hide under a table? Jesus, what if Professor Moody spots me this time?
In the morning, in the Gryffindor lounge, Ron watched the after-school homework crash, particularly as Moody forbade them to write similar defenses too often.
Ivan, can you show us how you wrote it?
Harry asked, turning to Ivan for his answer.
Are you sure you want to copy my homework?
Ivan asked with a strange look on his face. Harry and Ron immediately rushed over to take a look, and their faces immediately turned red with embarrassment. It was written casually.
We should cast the disarming charm more quickly to counter our opponents. You can do that.
Harry looked at Ivan speechless.
When have my methods ever failed me?
Ivan asked, shrugging as he covered up his workbook and prepared to hand it in the next day. Harry and Ron looked at each other and finally sighed in frustration. This was the reason why they were devastated every time. They could not even copy the defensive methods that Ivan had written. In the beginning, Ivan tried to save trouble by only having the armor charm on his list of ways to deal with the situation. It was only when Moody couldn't bear it any longer and ordered them not to write the same thing every time that Yvonne gave up on the all-purpose defensive charm and gave increasingly nonsensical answers because she didn't want to waste her brain power. For example, if they were attacked by dark wizards, they should be subdued and sent to Azkaban immediately. If you kill your opponent early, you can effectively remove the threat they pose, etc.
You should figure it out yourself. Professor Moody said in class that we can't expect people to protect us.
The two of them were at their wits' end and could only lower their heads and think hard. Seeing Harry and Ron's distress, Ivan shook his head to himself. With such a good teacher as Moody, there was no hope for them if they did not study hard. Moody was definitely the most competent defense against the dark arts professor he had ever seen, even more so than Lupin. After all, Moody was much more severe and efficient, forcing the students to grow up quickly. If one studied for an entire year, one would not be considered a particularly good fighter, but one would at least be able to protect themselves from unexpected situations. Moody's radicalization was, of course, presumably due to Dumbledore's secret instructions. The only thing that surprised Ivan was that Moody didn't call everyone up to see if they could resist the imperious curse. It made sense, however, as Barty Crouch Jr. must have made it a personal quiz against Harry to see how different he was from the rest of the world, and to see how he could overcome the unforgivable curses. It took the best part of an hour for Ron and Harry to finally finish Moody's homework, and then they made their way to the Great Hall to enjoy their lunch. When they arrived at the entrance hall, they were surprised to find a large group of students gathered around a large notice that had been erected at the foot of the marble staircase.
What happened?
Chapter 583, Under Orders to Cheat.
Ivan, what does it say?
Harry managed to squeeze his way in, but he was too short to see the announcement because of the wizard in front of him.
It says Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at Hogwarts at 6 o'clock next Friday evening, and everyone will have to go to the gates to meet them.
Ivan explained.
Friday afternoon. Great, the last lesson should be potions.
Harry's first thought was that Snape might not have to take potions, which was something of a relief.
What about the champions? Have they been chosen?
Ron asked hurriedly.
It doesn't say. They're probably waiting for Beauxbatons and the Durmstrang students to arrive before they choose together.
Ivan said casually. They were joined by a group of young wizards who were gathered nearby discussing who would be the champion for Hogwarts. The junior wizards of each house wanted their house to be elected, and some of the senior students were wondering how they would qualify. The most talked about was Cedric of Hufflepuff. As for Ivan, while he excelled in every school year and made headlines from time to time, Dumbledore's age limit was there, and the vast majority of young wizards and witches refused to believe that Ivan could find a way to break it. Otherwise, why would they choose to be brave? They should just wash up and sleep. Due to the announcement in the entrance hall, the school grounds were abuzz for several days, and the Triwizard Tournament became a hot topic of conversation. Even the interior of the castle was decorated in a grander fashion than when Ivan received his Order of Merlin. Paintings that had not been touched for hundreds of years and were covered in dust were removed and wiped clean. The suits of armor placed in the corridor were polished to the point where they could almost be used as mirrors. The Great Hall, which served as the reception area, had been refurbished. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, and the banners of the four houses flew high above them. The other staff members and professors were equally nervous, regulating every student's clothing and mannerisms, and cursing Filch if anyone looked sloppy. All of this was, naturally, to welcome the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, as none of the professors wanted to embarrass Hogwarts in front of the staff and students of other schools. During the final Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had a rare fit of anger when Neville accidentally grafted his ear to a cactus while practicing the switching charm.
You should see Hal's. He probably learned this simple spell in his first year.
Ivan, what does it say? Harry managed to squeeze his way in, but he was too short to see the announcement because of the wizard in front of him. It says Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at Hogwarts at 6 o'clock next Friday evening, and everyone will have to go to the gates to meet them, Ivan explained. Friday afternoon? Great, the last lesson should be potions. Harry's first thought was that Snape might not have to take potions, which was something of a relief. What about the champions? Have they been chosen? Ron asked hurriedly. It doesn't say. They're probably waiting for Beauxbatons and the Durmstrang students to arrive before they choose together, Ivan said casually. They were joined by a group of young wizards who were gathered nearby discussing who would be the champion for Hogwarts. The junior wizards of each house wanted their house to be elected, and some of the senior students were wondering how they would qualify. The most talked about was Cedric of Hufflepuff. As for Ivan, while he excelled in every school year and made headlines from time to time, Dumbledore's age limit was there, and the vast majority of young wizards and witches refused to believe that Ivan could find a way to break it. Otherwise, why would they choose to be brave? They should just wash up and sleep. Due to the announcement in the entrance hall, the school grounds were abuzz for several days, and the Triwizard Tournament became a hot topic of conversation. Even the interior of the castle was decorated in a grander fashion than when Ivan received his Order of Merlin. Paintings that had not been touched for hundreds of years and were covered in dust were removed and wiped clean. The suits of armor placed in the corridor were polished to the point where they could almost be used as mirrors. The Great Hall, which served as the reception area, had been refurbished. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, and the banners of the four houses flew high above them. The other staff members and professors were equally nervous, regulating every student's clothing and mannerisms, and cursing Filch if anyone looked sloppy. All of this was, naturally, to welcome the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, as none of the professors wanted to embarrass Hogwarts in front of the staff and students of other schools. During the final Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had a rare fit of anger when Neville accidentally grafted his ear to a cactus while practicing the switching charm. You should see Hal's. He probably learned this simple spell in his first year. I don't expect you to be anything like him, but please try a little harder and don't let on to Durmstrang's people that a fourth-year student can't learn the most basic switching charms. Professor McGonagall's angry outburst nearly made Neville cry. After class, Professor McGonagall asked Ivan to stay. Professor McGonagall looked at Ivan and exclaimed,
What a pity, Hals. I'm afraid you're the most brilliant student Hogwarts has ever seen. Without that age limit, you would have been a champion and a glory to Hogwarts. Professor, do you approve of my participation in the competition?
Yvonne looked at her in surprise. She was surprised that McGonagall, who had always been an old-fashioned woman, would hint at her participation.
If you can, why not?
Professor McGonagall smiled. She didn't know exactly how strong Ivan was, but she had a rough idea. The Triwizard Tournament wasn't dangerous for Ivan, and she certainly wasn't worried about it. On the contrary, McGonagall believed that once Ivan was chosen, there would be no doubt who would win the Triwizard Tournament. More crucially, Gryffindor House did not have any senior students other than Ivan. McGonagall did not want any of the other houses to beat her to the match, nor did she want Hogwarts to lose. The rivalry between the three European schools had been going on for centuries, and everyone wanted their school to be number one in Europe. If Ivan could somehow get past the age limit and put a name into the Goblet of Fire, she believed that Headmaster Dumbledore would turn a blind eye.
This time, the age limit was proposed by Beauxbatons and Durmstrang together, and it may be against you.
McGonagall complained. Ivan rubbed his nose but didn't answer. He didn't think it would be that bad. He was not present in the original timeline, but the Triwizard Tournament still had this restriction. It could be seen that the original intention was indeed to ensure the safety of the younger generation of wizards and prevent casualties due to insufficient strength. From an outsider's point of view, however, it would seem that the message was clear.
Anyway, come to me if you have any questions.
Professor McGonagall said cryptically, patting Ivan on the shoulder. Then she packed up her teaching equipment and left the classroom. Ivan, who was left behind, had a strange expression on his face as he muttered to himself.
So I'm being ordered to cheat.
Ivan was relieved at the thought. At least he didn't have to worry about Dumbledore giving him trouble if he crossed the age line. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were waiting for him in the corridor.
Ivan, what did Professor McGonagall say to you?
Hermione asked, clutching the book to her chest.
It's a high-end transfiguration spell. As you know, the classroom knowledge is of no use to me anymore.
Chapter 584, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. By the time Ivan and the others arrived, the entrance hall was already packed, with house prefects and Filch trying to maintain order.
Don't crowd them, line up.
Professor McGonagall shouted, turning her attention to Ron and Parvati.
Weasley, fix your hat. And Miss Peltier, you need to get that ridiculous thing out of your hair.
Ron fiddled with his hat and Parvati scowled, but removed a large butterfly headdress from the end of her hair. Professor McGonagall then proceeded to correct a few of the older students, who were all disheveled.
All right, everyone, follow me. The first years go first.
With McGonagall leading the way, they soon found themselves standing on the lawn in front of the castle. It was late October and it was evening, so the weather was gradually turning cold. From time to time, a cold wind would blow, causing several young wizards in thin clothes to shiver. However, the cold wind did not affect everyone's enthusiasm at all. Everyone looked at the distant road and discussed in low voices. Even the prefect's repeated berating could not calm them down.
It's almost 6. How do you think they'll get here? By train like us, with broomsticks?
Ron asked expectantly, glancing at his watch.
It could have been a portkey or disapparated, since it's so far away.
Harry suggested, remembering that spectators from all over the world had used portkeys to get to the Quidditch World Cup. Apparition had a similar effect if both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students were able to perform the spell successfully.
It can't be apparition. I read somewhere in Hogwarts history that the castle was enchanted with anti-apparition.
Hermione retorted, then seemed to think better of it and continued.
Only house elves have magic that is unrestricted, and they can move freely through the castle to serve the wizards who live here.
Harry and Ron turned their faces away and pretended not to hear her when Hermione mentioned slave labor again. Ivan quickly changed the subject and pointed into the distance.
Stop arguing, everyone. Look over there. It should be Beauxbatons.
Taken aback, Hermione and the others looked in the direction Ivan was pointing and saw a black dot on the horizon.
What's that? A herd of hippogriffs?
Harry tried to squint, but they were too far away for him to see clearly, so he could only guess. The surrounding young wizards also noticed the abnormality in the sky and looked up. The black dot on the horizon grew larger and larger, and gradually, everyone could clearly see a huge object passing through the clouds, flying lower and lower over the forbidden forest towards them.
My God, what am I seeing? A castle in the sky.
A first-year student screamed.
Fool, that's a carriage, a flying carriage.
Ron retorted excitedly. As everyone watched, the behemoth flew over them. It was a pink and blue carriage the size of a house, with many ornate decorations and a badge on the door that looked like two golden wands crossed over each other. It was pulled aloft by 12-winged silver-maned horses. The horses were magnificent, with blood-red eyes, and they were pulling the carriage down rapidly. A large shadow fell over the students below, and the young wizards in the front row hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid being hit. But before they could regain their balance, the ground shook violently, and the huge carriage landed less than a meter in front of them. The carriage door flew open, and a boy in a light blue robe jumped out. He fumbled to open a golden spiral staircase, and an expensively made-up middle-aged witch stepped out. The students, including Ivan, gasped when they saw her, because this witch was too tall. In contrast to the elderly professor standing at the very front, Yvonne thought she was as tall as Dumbledore himself. Of all the people Ivan had met, only Hagrid was a match for this witch in height. A half-giant. Yvonne thought of Hagrid's claim in the original timeline, which the Beauxbatons' headmistress, Madame Maxime, vehemently denied, but now it seemed likely. It is unlikely that a normal person would grow to be so tall. The tallest people in the Muggle world are not more than 3 meters tall, but Hagrid and Maxim are over 4 meters tall. As a fellow wizard with magical creature blood, Ivan was somewhat interested in Maxim. He knew so little about bloodlines, and only learned about them through Slytherin's copy of The Origin of Blood and many other notes. So Yvonne thought she might be able to get something out of Maxim. However, judging from the giant's size, Maxim's situation was similar to Hagrid's, presumably due to his parents having an intimate relationship with a giant. In The Origin of Blood, it was the lowest method to obtain a bloodline. Most of these anomalies occurred by accident, as few wizards had such a strong taste. He, Tom Riddle, and one of the ancestors of the Dumbledore family used far more sophisticated methods, such as potions, contracts, and the like, to steal the power of magical creatures and make them their own. While Ivan was distracted by these thoughts, Dumbledore smiled and greeted Madame Maxime. From the huge carriage behind them, a dozen students emerged, all of them in their late teens, most of them girls, all of them beautiful and dressed in gorgeous silk robes. Ivan stares at them, trying to find the legendary half-vila. However, several Beauxbatons girls had wrapped scarves and headscarves around their heads, so Ivan did not know who Fleur was. As the girl was young and short, she was too obvious in the crowd.
Are you looking for something, Ivan?
Hermione asked, interrupting Ivan's thoughts, her mouth pursed and her expression sour.
I'm just here to watch the fun. This is the first time I've seen a student from another wizarding school.
Chapter 585, Competition Between Headmasters.
Is that so?
Hermione eyed Ivan suspiciously, but didn't comment, as the other young wizards were also looking curiously in his direction. Madame Maxime then left the carriage to take the Beauxbaton students to the castle. The Hogwarts professors and students continued to wait for Durmstrang's arrival. It was getting dark and the wind was biting. Ivan was beginning to get impatient when he heard a strange noise in the distance. It sounded like someone beating a leaking drum, accompanied by a soft sucking noise.
It seems Karkaroff has finally arrived.
Dumbledore exclaimed happily.
Where?
Ron looked around, then up, but there was nothing nearby. Ivan, on the other hand, was staring at the Black Lake. The calm surface of the lake was suddenly agitated, causing huge waves to splash against the wet shore. A large vortex appeared in the middle of the Black Lake, and something that looked like a flagpole rose slowly from the center of the vortex, followed by a sail that fluttered high in the air. Finally, a huge sailboat burst out of the water, and water splashed everywhere like a light rain. Ivan stared up at it. The ship looked ancient and worn, like the remains of a ship that had just been salvaged. Vaguely visible through the portholes, shimmering in the darkness, were a few skeletal pirates on deck. Within a few minutes of sailing, the ship came to a gradual halt at the edge of the lake, and with a dull thud, a stout wooden plank was extended from the ship and placed on the shore. A group of tall, fierce-looking wizards stepped down from the ship. They were all wearing thick fur cloaks that covered their bodies. They were led by a tall, thin, elderly wizard with short white hair, a thin chin, and a curly goatee. His eyes were cold and piercing, but when he was close to Dumbledore, he seemed very welcoming.
Hello again, my dear old chap. How are you? How are you?
The old wizard laughed and held out his hand, his voice smooth and sweet.
I'm fine, thank you, Professor Karkaroff.
Dumbledore shook his hand. Karkaroff released his grip after a few seconds, then turned to look at Hogwarts Castle and exclaimed.
Oh, Hogwarts, this is so nice.
Dumbledore laughed.
That's right, the Triwizard Tournament is going to be a long one.
Karkaroff nodded, then seemed to remember something and slapped his head, turning to look at the students behind him.
Oh, speaking of which, I almost forgot.
A sturdy-looking boy of 17 or 18 emerged from the Durmstrang students, his cloak bearing the Bulgarian team crest.
You don't mind, do you, Dumbledore? Victor's had a bit of a cold lately.
Karkaroff sounded apologetic, but he seemed pleased with himself. Before Dumbledore could reply, a commotion broke out among the Hogwarts students, many of whom recognized the boy, the legendary seeker for the Bulgarian team, Clum, a world-class Quidditch star.
Oh my God, Harry, Ivan, Hermione. It's Crumb, he's come to Hogwarts. Am I seeing things?
Ron was so excited to see his idol standing right in front of him that he was shaking Harry's arm so hard that he was losing his speech.
I didn't know Crumb was such a good player as a student.
Ron muttered.
I know it's Crumb.
Harry exclaimed, pushing Ron's hand away. He admitted that Crumb was a good player, but surely he didn't have to do this. Ivan also looked at Ron in surprise, unable to understand his actions, but thinking of Lockhart in his second year, he fell silent. There were quite a few young wizards like Ron, many of whom were excited to see Crumb, and a few older girls who complained about not having a pen and paper with them so that they could go up to Crumb and ask for autographs. Karkaroff heard the comment, and his smile widened. Crumb did not react. He had been on many occasions like this and was used to it.
Very good, I read about that match. You played very well.
Dumbledore said admiringly to Crumb. Having a world-class star at the age of 17 or 18 was something to be proud of, and he was not surprised that Karkaroff had brought it up.
It's just a pity, as I recall, that Bulgaria lost the whole game.
Dumbledore said, looking regretful.
Just short of 10.
Karkaroff insisted, then complained.
And you can't blame Crumb, he's done well enough. Next time Bulgaria is sure to replace the underqualified players, they'll win. That's true, I'll be congratulating Crumb in advance.
Dumbledore merely smiled. Karkaroff raised his eyebrows proudly, and even Crumb smiled. Dumbledore was reputed to be the most powerful white wizard in Britain, and it was natural to be pleased by his praise. However, before they could rejoice for long, Dumbledore continued.
By the way, I think good students should interact more with each other, and Crumb needs friends at Hogwarts, so allow me to introduce you.
Dumbledore turned his attention to the Hogwarts team and found Ivan. Ivan, who had been watching the proceedings, was shocked to hear his name, but quickly recovered when Dumbledore stared at him. He strolled out of the group and spoke politely to Karkaroff.
Hello, Headmaster Karkaroff.
Karkaroff's eyes narrowed as Ivan approached, and his expression soured, but he forced a smile and patted Ivan on the shoulder.
Ah, I know you, Mr. Harles. I've heard your name all over Durmstrang.
Crumb was also looking at Ivan, his happy expression fading and becoming serious. He was well aware of the enormity of his task, which involved representing Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament against Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. However, Crumb had read in the Nordic Times that Ivan was a recipient of the Order of Merlin, which meant more to him than a Quidditch player. Despite his scattered thoughts, Crumb maintained a gentlemanly appearance as he took the initiative to step forward and greet them.
Hello, Hales, nice to meet you. I read about you in a column that said you'd been awarded a second-class Order of Merlin, right?
Ivan looked troubled at this.
I'm sorry, Headmaster Crumb, Headmaster Karkaroff, but I think you may have been misinformed.
Ivan began hesitantly.
Is it a mistake in the report?
Crumb asked reflexively, feeling relieved. Karkaroff's face softened as well, and he smiled reassuringly.
Haha.
Ivan corrected him. Professor Karkaroff's smiling face froze.
Is.
Crumb stammered after a while, as if he had been forced to speak.
Wait, Albus.
Karkaroff was incredulous. He suspected there was more to this than met the eye.
Yes, because of Hales, the Order of Merlin made an exception.
Dumbledore exclaimed, then paused before continuing.
Because he not only developed the wolfsbane potion to keep werewolves awake, he solved a huge problem for the wizarding community. He also caught a Death Eater who had been in hiding for many years at the end of the school year, and conveniently corrected a major ministry mistake.
When it came to Death Eaters, Dumbledore made a point of speaking with emphasis. Karkaroff's expression changed. It occurred to Ivan that Karkaroff was also a Death Eater, and one of those particularly cowardly renegades who betrayed Lord Voldemort by revealing a large number of Death Eaters during the Great Trial more than a decade ago. With this in mind, Ivan muttered to himself that Dumbledore was no ordinary badass, picking on other people's sore spots. On the surface, however, Ivan was very polite. He sighed and said modestly,
Actually, I was only doing a little work. I'm ashamed.
Karkaroff's mouth twitched, and Dumbledore looked at him with amusement, waiting for a response. Karkaroff opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. It took him a while to get the words out.
It's a bit windy today. Let's get inside.
Chapter 586, Fanatic Crowd.
Of course, it was an oversight on my part.
Dumbledore laughed, and not intending to make things difficult for Karkaroff, he ordered the surrounding students to line up and return to the castle. Realizing that she was no longer useful as a tool, Ivan returned to the Hogwarts line and followed the group to the Great Hall. Ron seemed to be on steroids as he talked nonstop about Krumm's achievements.
Ivan, I just saw you talking to Krumm. How are you feeling? Well, how should I put it? He's quite polite.
Ivan replied perfunctorily, raising his eyebrows. During their exchange, Krumm was rendered speechless but did not fly into a rage, indicating that he was well-mannered, at least without the bad habits that came with being spoiled.
Really, you think so?
Ron was pleasantly surprised, as if he'd found a common topic of conversation.
It's rare to find someone as approachable as Krumm. If only I could talk to him, he might give me an autographed picture.
Hermione couldn't stand it any longer and tried to argue.
You're wrong, Ron. There are plenty of people who are approachable and famous, and you have two of them and you're friends with them.
Hermione was naturally referring to Ivan and Harry. One of them was the youngest ever to receive a first-class Order of Merlin, and the other was the savior of the British wizarding community, far above the Quidditch star.
That's...
Ron's face turned red, and he stammered for a long time, but he could not say what was different, so he forced himself to boast.
I bet every wizard in the world knows Krumm. He's so famous.
Yvonne could not be bothered with Ron. It would be foolish to try to reason with a fanatic, and he would not lower himself to be compared to Krumm. However, Ivan soon discovered that there were many young wizards who were as fanatical as Ron, such as Lee Jordan, who had been a Quidditch commentator for many years. Some of the younger witches were also looking at Krumm with glowing eyes, as if they wanted to stick to him. This scene made Ivan wonder why, despite being a celebrity himself, he had never met an admirer at school. Was it because they were too close to each other that she couldn't imagine becoming a god, or did she lack that sense of mystery?
I bet it won't be long before Krumm sees Malfoy for what he is, and he's trying to get information out of him.
Ron said acidly, before turning to Harry to discuss where the new students would live.
If we don't have enough beds, we can add one to Krumm's room, Harry.
Chapter 587. Oh no, this is the feeling of being moved. The group of young wizards stared at Dumbledore, Ivan included. He was particularly concerned about Professor Dumbledore's health, as he knew that Dumbledore had been ambushed by a Horcrux and was most likely hanging on to his potion. However, for some reason, Ivan found that Dumbledore's aura had not only not weakened, but had even grown stronger than before.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen ghosts.
As Dumbledore spoke, the pressure in the Great Hall lifted, and Ivan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang did not look pleased, as they agreed that Dumbledore was deliberately trying to put them down. A Beauxbatons girl let out a sarcastic laugh. Dumbledore pretended not to hear and continued with his speech for several minutes before getting to the point.
The Triwizard Tournament will officially begin at the end of the feast, and as for now,
Dumbledore said, waving his wand in the air. A fire roared in the hearth, and the cold night air was swept away by the heat, jolting the students who had been waiting in the cold for hours. The tables of the 4 institutes were then filled with a variety of dishes. Unlike before, Ivan was surprised to find a number of dishes on the table that he had never seen before, presumably from France and Northern Europe, presumably to satisfy the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Yvonne tried some as well, and it was good. House elves were very good at cooking. The warmth of the room, combined with the food on the table, succeeded in disarming the foreign students. The Durmstrang students shed their fur cloaks, revealing their bulky bodies and blood-red robes. The Beauxbatons girls also removed the scarves that covered their hair, hoods, or parts of their faces and enjoyed their dinner. This caused a minor commotion, as one of the girls removed her scarf, causing the Ravenclaw students to stare in shock, many of the boys staring at her in fascination. Some students were so engrossed in the game that they knocked over their goblets, spilling their drinks all over the other students. The Beauxbatons girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw this. Under everyone's gaze, she chatted and laughed with the girls as if she enjoyed being the center of attention. The sudden scream attracted more attention, as did Ivan. Although Ivan had never seen her in person before, he was able to spot her in the crowd fleur de lacquer. Yvonne looked at her curiously. Fleur could only be described as good-looking, but there was something magical about her, as if she were a magnet. Ron's eyes were as wide as saucers as he stared at Fleur, not even hearing Harry shout his name. They seemed to be deep in conversation, as Fleur, seated at the Ravenclaw table, suddenly turned to look at Ivan. When she saw Ivan looking at her, Fleur smiled, showing her perfect white teeth.
"Oh my God, she's looking at me."
Ron's excited voice was out of tune, and he trembled as Fleur's gaze swept over him. Oh no, this is what it feels like to be moved. Within a few seconds, Ron's mind was filled with thoughts, especially when he saw Fleur smiling at him. Fleur's eyes did not stay on them for long, however, and she quickly turned back to the Hufflepuff table. She was looking at Cedric. Ivan noticed. Ron noticed this, and his face turned red, as if his beloved goddess had suddenly fallen in love with someone else.
"Is she that good-looking?"
A voice suddenly asked in their ears. Ivan turned around and saw Hermione staring at him with her mouth pursed and a stake in front of her with holes in it.
Ahem.
Ivan said calmly, coughing twice. Hermione looked slightly better, but before she could speak, Ron let out a gasp.
"You can't be serious, Ivan. You think she's average-looking? I've never seen a girl so."
Yvonne rolled her eyes, disagreeing with Ron. However, the Vila's aura was so powerful that even he was slightly affected. Ivan looked around and saw that most of the young wizards in the Great Hall were affected and were staring at Fleur. For example, Cedric of Hufflepuff merely raised his goblet and gestured to Fleur after making eye contact with her. Another example is Harry, who was also staring at the Ravenclaw table, but was obviously looking at Cho Chang.
"She just smiled at me."
Ron continued to bask in Fleur's charm, relishing the memory of her smile.
Don't be silly, Ron. She's not looking at you.
Hermione interrupted, looking back at Fleur, who, as she expected, looked away from Cedric to the Durmstrang students.
She just wants to know who she's up against.
Chapter 588, Goblet of Fire. Hermione's words did not shatter Ron's beautiful fantasy that Fleur might have had a crush on him. Halfway through the feast, the doors to the Great Hall opened again and 2 wizards in suits entered. They made their way to the dais, shook hands with Dumbledore, and then took their seats at the teacher's table. Ivan, however, was apparently an exception, as he never took his eyes off them as they entered.
"What are Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch doing here?"
Harry asked, glancing in that direction.
"Which one of them is Crouch?"
Ivan asked. He remembered that Barty Crouch was under the influence of an imperious curse cast by Lord Voldemort himself. Now that he had no leads, Crouch might make a good break for him.
"The tall, skinny, gray-haired one is Crouch, and the other is Ludo Bagman."
It was Ron, rather than Harry, who finally looked away from Fleur, presumably because she had not returned his affectionate gaze for so long. Yvonne nodded and turned back to the teacher's table, where Crouch was sitting next to Dumbledore, chatting happily with the old professor. Ivan, however, knew that the Imperious Curse could be used almost perfectly to control a wizard, making them behave as they normally would. There are only two flaws in this spell. Firstly, it would be detected by a skilled legilimency master. As long as one searched the other party's memories, they would be able to find something amiss. The second possibility is that a strong-willed wizard may break free of this spell, as Barty Crouch and his son did in the original world. The full extent of his knowledge was due to Ivan's research into the Imperious Curse in order to gain control of Not while he was in Knockoff Alley. The first defect was seemingly impossible to fix in Ivan's opinion. Fortunately, legilimency was rare, as long as one controlled the house and went out less often. It was also easy to break free, as Ivan had two werewolf wizards watching him at all times and reinforcing the Imperious Curse regularly to prevent him from escaping. With this thought in mind, Ivan was put in a difficult position, as he suspected that Crouch was an undercover agent controlled by Lord Voldemort, but did not have enough evidence to testify against him. Crouch was the Minister for International Magical Exchange and Cooperation, a man of great power and reputation for being a man of integrity. And with him as the butterfly and the real Moody at school, it's unknown whether Crouch was even controlled by Lord Voldemort, as he was in the original dimension.
Everyone, I think you've had enough, don't you?
Dumbledore's booming voice echoed through the Great Hall. All of the wizards present put down their knives and forks, and although some of the foodies wanted to continue enjoying their meal, they were more eager to hear what Dumbledore had to say next.
It seems the time has come.
Dumbledore observed the expressions of the crowd, and with another wave of his wand, the table returned to its pristine state. Dumbledore continued.
Then I will speak of the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament.
Hearing the old professor mention the Triwizard Tournament, everyone sat up straight. A mixture of excitement and nervousness gradually spread throughout the Great Hall. Dumbledore, in turn, pointed to Crouch on his right and said,
Allow me to introduce to you two new guests, presumably those who do not know them, Mr. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Cooperation.
Crouch nodded to the crowd, and there was a smattering of applause. Dumbledore then went on to introduce Ludo Bagman, who was on the left, and to thank the pair for going out of their way to reopen the Triwizard Tournament.
They will join me, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime in a 5-man judging panel to judge the performance of the champions.
Dumbledore then clapped his hands and asked Filch to bring up the box.
What box?
Harry asked, lowering his voice. Ivan knew what was going on, but he still looked over at Filch. Filch, who was usually slovenly, seemed to have tidied up for this important occasion. At the very least, he had changed into a new set of robes and was holding a large, jeweled wooden box in both hands. His expression was solemn, as if he were holding a noble relic. The young wizard craned his neck curiously, trying to get a better look. Dumbledore went on.
This year's Triwizard Tournament has been carefully vetted by us for each task, which is divided into 3 parts, in which the abilities of the champions will be examined in various ways, such as whether they are skilled in magic, whether they have exceptional courage, careful reasoning, and so forth.
Filch approached the dais and placed the box carefully on the table in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and tapped the lid 3 times, and the box slowly opened, revealing a crudely carved wooden goblet. Dumbledore pointed his wand at it, looked at the crowd, and enunciated each word clearly.
The selection of the champions will be carried out by the most impartial of the chosen, and this is the
Chapter 589, Champion Selection and Age Restriction 1. The flames that burst from the cup startled the young wizards in the front row. Dumbledore did not stop there, continuing.
For those who wish to run for champion, write your name and school name on a piece of parchment and toss it into the goblet of fire.
For those who wish to run for champion, write your name and school name on a piece of parchment and toss it into the goblet of fire. I will give you 24 hours to think about whether to run or not, and by this time tomorrow, the goblet of fire will have selected 3 of the candidates it believes best represent the 3 schools.
As for tonight, I'm going to leave this cup in the foyer so you can access it.
Dumbledore went on and on about the various things to look out for in the selection of champions, specifically noting that this year's champion selection was age limit and students under the age of 17 were not allowed. Dumbledore then turned to the audience and asked,
That is about all I have to say. Do any of you have any questions? If not, then this evening's feast is over.
At that moment, a voice called out,
Professor, how exactly does the Goblet of Fire select its champions, and what are the exact criteria? How do you guarantee that the best students will be chosen?
Dumbledore turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Ivan who had asked the question. The other wizards, however, were equally interested, and although none of them were as bold as Ivan in asking directly, all of them kept their eyes on Dumbledore, waiting for his answer.
It's a complicated process, involving many things.
Dumbledore explained vaguely.
All I can tell you is that the Goblet of Fire has always been responsible for the Triwizard Tournament, and it has been proven that each champion is a worthy candidate, which I think.
This did not convince Ivan, however, and he pressed on.
If, as you claim, the Goblet of Fire automatically chooses the best students, then why are you restricting the age of the participants? If a junior is chosen, doesn't that prove that the student is better and better suited to be a champion?
Ivan had always found this odd. Wizards over the age of 17 were all graduates, and while it was true that they were very powerful, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be gifted in their 5th or 6th year. In his 5th year, Snape created a powerful charm called Obscurus, and Tom Riddle was an elite auror. From the standpoint of protecting the participants, the so-called age limit was completely unnecessary.
Silence!
Dumbledore raised his hand to cast the voice sound charm on himself, and in the next instant, the noise of the crowd was drowned out by a thunderous roar. When the Great Hall slowly returned to normal, Dumbledore explained,
Regarding this age limit, I will answer you now, because the Ministry of Magic, along with us referees, agrees that adult witches and wizards over the age of 17 will be more capable of completing those 3 high-intensity challenges.
For those who wish to run for champion, write your name and school name on a piece of parchment and toss it into the Goblet of Fire. I will give you 24 hours to think about whether to run or not, and by this time tomorrow, the Goblet of Fire will have selected 3 of the candidates it believes best represent the 3 schools. As for tonight, I'm going to leave this cup in the foyer so you can access it.
Adult
And
responsible.
it dawned on Ivan that both the ministry and the school were trying to pass the buck. After all, being 17 years old in the wizarding world meant that the wizard was an adult and had the right to make their own decisions. In addition, the wizard was a willing participant, so even if he died accidentally on the field, it would be reasonable. It would have been different if it had been an underage wizard, as the officials responsible for the Triwizard Tournament's reopening were likely to have been blamed. The angry populace didn't care if the opposition was willing or not. In their opinion, underage wizards had no ability to measure danger. Understanding this, Ivan forced himself to ask one last question.
Professor Dumbledore, would the Goblet of Fire approve of wizards who are not old enough to put their names into a cup?
Dumbledore's face became very serious.
This is also what I wanted to remind you, that the Triwizard Tournament is not a game. Do not enter it recklessly. Once the name you put into the Goblet of Fire has been chosen, and you have become a champion representing your school, a contract will be formed between you and the Goblet of Fire, and all champions will have to follow it to the end. There is no room for regret.
Dumbledore did not answer Ivan's question directly, but the young wizards in the audience understood what he meant. The Goblet of Fire did not differentiate whether a participant was an adult or not, and it was possible for a junior to enter their name into it.
This is great.
George and Fred hugged each other excitedly, as if they could see 1,000 galleons of prize money waving at them. The other aspiring wizards and witches who were too young to compete let out a collective cheer, as if they had been elected champions. In the VIP seats, Karkaroff and Maxim frowned. This was not what they had agreed upon. They wondered if Dumbledore had changed his mind at the last minute, so that the gifted Hogwarts wizard could play. Just as they were about to retort, Dumbledore raised his left hand and waved his wand, causing a golden flame to ignite around the table. No one understood what Dumbledore was doing, and when the flames finally died down, they found a circle of thin golden lines around the goblet of fire. Dumbledore pointed to the line, his eyes lingering on George, Fred, and the others for a long time, before looking at Ivan and speaking again.
In case the underage student is unable to resist the temptation, I have placed an age line around the goblet of fire that no one under the age of 17 can cross.
Chapter 590, Go to sleep, Ron, there's everything in the dream. After setting the age line, Dumbledore officially ended the dinner. Karkaroff and Maxim examined Dumbledore's magic worriedly until they were certain that the lines were as powerful as the old professor had said, and that even they could not break them. As soon as the headmasters left, the Great Hall became very noisy. Everyone was talking about the Goblet of Fire and who should be the champions.
I was wondering this morning who would be in charge of selecting the champions, and I thought it would be terrible if Professor Dumbledore decided to do it himself, but it's just an age line.
Fred said confidently, his eyes shining. He didn't think an inflexible recognition spell could stop him.
Right, it looks like the aging potion we prepared in advance is going to work.
George was overjoyed. He was glad that he had brewed a bottle of aging potion a few days ago. If he had only started preparing now, he would not have made it in time. After a brief period of joy, they shared their joy with Ivan.
I don't think it's going to be that easy to get past the age limit set by the professor.
Ivan tried to console the brothers as he saw how excited they were.
Really? Well, we'll see about that tomorrow. It's a surefire way to do it.
George and Fred said confidently, ignoring Ivan's comments, thinking it would be better if he didn't use it. Yvonne shook her head to herself and gave up trying to convince him otherwise. It wasn't as if Dumbledore had any lethal magic attached to his age, and even if he failed, he would only suffer. Ivan turned to look at the goblet of fire on the dais. He had some ideas on how to break the age limit, but he wasn't sure if they would work.
Come on, stop looking. Let's go back to the lounge.
With this in mind, Ivan left the Great Hall with Hermione, Harry, and Ron, both of whom were very fond of the Goblet of Fire. Along the way, Harry and Ron discussed how to break through Dumbledore's age limit, and felt that if George's method worked, they could try it themselves. As they approached the lounge, Ron asked Ivan if he had any good ideas.
Who knows, I don't have a clue yet. Maybe I'll think of something after a while.
Ivan shrugged, half joking.
Well, if you think of anything, just let me know.
Ron said miserably, thinking he was out of ideas. Harry was too shy to say as much as Ron, but kept his eyes on Ivan.
Have you forgotten? Just because I can do it doesn't mean you can.
Ivan glanced at them and said helplessly. Harry and Ron opened their mouths to say something, but stopped when they recalled their homework for defense against the dark arts.
Ivan, Harry, Ron. Don't waste your time. Professor Dumbledore said you can't cross that line under 17.
Hermione interrupted. Compared to Harry and the others, who had visions of glory and prize money from winning the Triwizard Cup, the young witch was keenly aware of the dangers of the game. Hermione was particularly disturbed when she heard that many people had died in the previous Triwizard tournament. Even though she knew Ivan's skill with magic was exceptional, she was still worried. Now that Ivan was so keen on becoming a champion, Hermione wanted to stop him. After arguing for a long time, they finally stopped when they returned to their respective dormitories.
By the way, Ron, don't you like Crumb and Fleur? Are you still planning on entering the competition?
Yvonne asked him as she went to bed.
Fleur, who's that?
Ron asked, not answering for a moment. In Hermione's absence, Yvonne could not be bothered to pretend that she did not know Fleur.
The Beauxbatons girl, of course.
She said casually.
I got word of her, and it seems she's half Vila.
Vila, I knew it. No wonder she's so beautiful.
Ron muttered to himself. However, after a short daze, Ron quickly recovered and looked at Ivan as he stammered.
Even if I like Fu.
Ivan reminded him, curious about the choice Ron would make in the face of his idols, goddesses, and his own glory. Ron was stunned. He had never thought of this before, but he had to admit that Ivan was right about the possibility of it happening, and he was torn. His admiration for Crumb was genuine, and his infatuation with Fleur was genuine. But the thought of the glory and prize money that the Goblet of Fire had brought him made Ron reluctant to part with it. Ivan scratched his head when he saw that Ron was really thinking about it. He was just joking.
Never mind.
Ivan yawned wearily and left Ron to his own devices. He had to get up in the middle of the night to stir up trouble, so he had to rest early today. As Ivan drifted off to sleep, he suddenly felt someone shaking him, and he opened his eyes to see Ron. Ron had a determined look on his face, as if he had just made a difficult decision, and his voice cracked.
I've thought this through, Ivan. For the sake of Hogwarts' honor, I will not give in to Crumb and Fleur, even if they become champions.
After hours of deliberation, Ron decided that giving in was a sign of cowardice, and that only by beating the opposition fair and square and winning the Goblet of Fire would he gain the respect of his idol, the favor of his goddess, and the prize money of 1,000 galleons. Ivan looked at Ron with a strange expression on his face as he tried to suppress his desire to complain.
Go to sleep, you'll find everything in your dreams.
Chapter 591, Registration. Later that night, Ivan quietly got out of bed in the Gryffindor dormitory. He glanced at Harry and the others who were still fast asleep, then quietly opened the door and walked towards the Great Hall. As he expected, the silent Great Hall was empty at this hour. The door, however, was wide open. Presumably, the young wizards who had the same idea as him and tried to get up in the middle of the night to throw the note had already been there. Ivan stepped through the door. It was gloomy, and the only light came from the large goblet on the dais, from which blue and white flames were spitting. Let's try the easiest one first, thought Ivan as he approached the edge of the age line. He took a piece of parchment from his pocket, crumpled it, and aimed it at the cup. It wasn't a long distance, and Ivan was confident in his aim, so he tossed the ball of paper over. The paper ball spun out of his hand and smoothly crossed the age line and fell into the blue-white flames. Just as Ivan thought he was going to succeed, the flames rose up and lifted the paper, causing it to twist and fall to the ground.
Well, I guess not.
Ivan muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. Ivan, however, did not care too much about this defeat. He waved his wand to cast the summoning charm on the Goblet of Fire, but it did not move. He had no choice but to recall the ball of paper that had fallen to the ground and try other methods, such as conjuring an owl with a transfiguration charm to fly through the air with a note. Unfortunately, Ivan soon discovered that the owl could not even pass the age limit, and no matter how high it flew, once it entered the range of the age limit, it would be blasted away by a blast of magic. The remaining attempts were unsuccessful, and even when he tried several times to get the ball of paper to fall into the Goblet of Fire, it was quickly thrown out by the blue and white flames. Apparently, in addition to the age limit set by the old professor, the Goblet of Fire itself had been enchanted with an identification spell, which most likely required a human to place a piece of paper inside the Goblet of Fire to be accepted. Ivan even suspected that it would only count if he put his own name in it. Barty Crouch Jr. might have signed Harry up without his permission in the original timeline, but he had a powerful confunding charm that changed the number of schools he attended, so that the Goblet of Fire mistook him for Harry himself.
This is deliberately making things difficult for me.
Ivan muttered to himself. Age coupled with the Goblet of Fire's ability to identify objects was tricky, and it was difficult to perform magic on a powerful magical object from 3 meters away. He had been hoping that Dumbledore would leave some obvious loophole for him to exploit, but the old professor was cruel enough to block all of his ideas. Yvonne's brow furrowed at the thought, should she apply for help? The only solution he could think of was to find a powerful adult wizard, such as Professor McGonagall, and have her cast a confusion charm on the Goblet of Fire, in which she could place her name, as Barty Crouch Jr. had done. However, Ivan felt that with Professor McGonagall's old-fashioned personality, she would at most give him some advice and would not help him cheat. Tab tab tab.
Disillusionment charm, disillusionment charm.
A cool, water-like film enveloped Ivan and he vanished. The footsteps outside the door grew closer. A moment later, a wizard of about 17 or 18 stepped into the great hall. He looked around cautiously in his dressing gown, and when he saw that the dim hall was empty, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ivan, in invisibility, held his wand and watched the man's every move. There are usually only two ways to get here at this time. The first was someone who wanted to enter the Triwizard Tournament but was not confident in their own abilities and was afraid of being mocked. The second was to cause trouble, be controlled by Lord Voldemort to tamper with the Goblet of Fire, or be infiltrated by a Death Eater in disguise. Ivan quickly ruled out the second option, as the young wizard didn't seem to have any other intentions. After standing in front of the Goblet of Fire for a long time, he hesitantly took out a piece of parchment with his name on it and threw it into the cup. Blue and white flames immediately engulfed the parchment, indicating that his candidacy for champion had been acknowledged by the Goblet of Fire. When he was done, the young wizard let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, he prepared to leave. In his haste to turn around, the young wizard accidentally knocked against the table in front of him, causing him to gasp in pain. The Goblet of Fire on the table shook slightly as well. Ivan, who was observing from the shadows, noticed this and his eyes lit up. The Goblet of Fire did not seem to have been enchanted by Dumbledore. Wouldn't that mean?
Good evening, Senior. Who is it?
A man suddenly appeared in the dark, secluded great hall, frightening the wizard. He took out his wand and pointed it in front of him. When he saw Ivan's face, he asked in surprise.
You're...
You know me.
Yvonne raised her eyebrows in surprise. He didn't.
Of course, you're the pride and joy of Gryffindor.
The young wizard was very excited about Ivan's past.
I won the House Cup because of the combined efforts of everyone at Gryffindor. All I did was what I should have done.
Ivan said modestly.
By the way, can I ask you a favor?
Ivan asked with a smile. He hadn't expected her to be an admirer of his.
What kind of help?
The young wizard was taken aback and seemed at a loss. Ivan pointed to the Goblet of Fire on the high table and said,
It's simple, bring that cup over here. I want to sign up for the competition.
Chapter 592, The Surprised Dumbledore.
You're going to compete.
The young wizard asked, looking at Ivan curiously, and then realizing what was happening.
Hales, you found a way to break the age limit. No, I didn't crack it.
Ivan said, shaking his head and smiling. The young wizard was completely confused and didn't quite understand what Ivan meant. To participate in the competition, one had to cross the age line and put their name in.
I can do that.
The young wizard gasped.
Why don't we find out?
Ivan asked, pointing to the Goblet of Fire on the table. It was only a guess, but he was 90% sure it would work. During the evening feast, Ivan did not see Dumbledore perform any magic other than his age.
I'll give it a try then.
The young wizard nodded and hurried over to the Goblet of Fire. He reached out his hand nervously and picked it up without a hitch.
This is too easy,
Exclaimed the young wizard, his voice trembling with excitement as he crossed the age line set by Dumbledore, the goblet in his hands.
I can't believe we broke Professor Dumbledore's spell.
It's just a trick. If I can't do it the hard way, I'll just have to use my brain.
Yvonne laughed. Due to what the old professor said at the banquet, most people would pay attention to how to cross the age line, but they would not expect the Goblet of Fire to be available. As he spoke, Ivan slid the parchment into the Goblet of Fire. This time, the blue-white flame did not throw the paper out but swallowed it whole.
How clever of you, Hales.
The young wizard exclaimed in admiration of Ivan's success. He did not take the simplicity of the method lightly, and did not think he would have thought of it if Ivan had not warned him. The young wizard did not care whether Ivan would become his competitor or not. He knew that his chances of becoming a champion were slim, otherwise he would not have sneaked over in the middle of the night. He was worried about being seen and mocked for overestimating himself. After successfully throwing the names into the Goblet of Fire, Ivan reminded the young wizard to keep it a secret. If this method were to get out, A large number of young wizards would definitely follow suit and cause chaos in the Great Hall. In that case, Professor Dumbledore would definitely come after them. Ding, new mission generated. As Ivan thought about this, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ivan quickly checked the mission list. As he expected, it was about the Goblet of Fire. Mission Cup of Fire. Objective, participate in the Triwizard Tournament and win. Task reward, legendary points *3. Task description. This is a major competition held by the 3 major European wizarding schools, and the chosen warriors will go through many trials until the final victory. Task note, you are keenly aware that this is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself all over Europe.
How long has it been?
Finally, a normal-looking mission. Not to mention, the reward this time was very generous, a total of 3 legendary points. Once completed, and with the remaining points from the previous year, he would be able to perform a 4th Bloodline fusion immediately.
George, Fred.
Ivan teased as he looked at the Weasley brothers lying on the ground, moaning in pain.
Hi, Ivan, good morning.
George managed to get to his feet, wincing as he touched his shoulder, which still hurt. Fred, on the other hand, opened his mouth to speak, but before he could speak, smoke rose from his chin, and he suddenly grew a thick white beard.
Oh my God, Fred, you've got a beard.
George exclaimed, having witnessed the magical sight with his own eyes. Curiously, he reached out and tugged at the beard, only to discover that it was a real beard, not a figment of his imagination.
Gasp, can't you be gentle? Aren't you the same?
Fred angrily slapped George's hand away, and when he saw that George had grown a beard like his own, he immediately reached out to take revenge. The two soon got into an argument.
I should have warned you, Mr. Weasley.
Just then, a deep, amused voice came from behind them. Ivan turned to see Dumbledore emerging from the Great Hall. George and Fred, who had been fooling around, stopped abruptly, looking sheepish. Dumbledore showed no intention of reprimanding them, but instead studied their new looks with interest, his eyes shining.
I suggest that you both go to Madame Pomfrey, who is already nursing Miss Fawcett of Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff. They are as determined as you to make themselves a little older. Although I must say, their beards are nowhere near as beautiful as yours.
Chapter 593, You're Too Late, Professor McGonagall. This came as a surprise to Dumbledore, as he had seen the age line on the floor of the Great Hall, and it showed no signs of being broken, so he was curious as to how Ivan managed to sign up.
Ivan, over here.
Already hungry, Ivan hurried over to the empty seat Hermione had left for him, stuffed a pastry into his mouth, and asked about the registration of the participants.
The Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students have been here, and I saw Cedric of Hufflepuff put his name in.
Harry exclaimed. Ron added,
Angelina was the only one who signed up for Gryffindor all morning, and George and Fred tried to fool her with aging potions, but they failed.
Ivan nodded. It seemed that his method of registering for the competition had not been leaked. The senior he met last night was quite trustworthy.
I've told you before, these little tricks can't possibly affect the magic Professor Dumbledore sets up.
Hermione took the opportunity to lecture them, trying to discourage them from becoming champions. Harry and Ron refused to listen, and after a few perfunctory replies, the conversation turned to Ivan. They were curious as to why Ivan was up so late today, and they couldn't wake him up in the morning.
It's Saturday off, isn't it? You have to let me sleep more.
Ivan replied, yawning. Hermione looked at Ivan suspiciously, thinking that something was amiss, and then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she asked coldly.
You didn't sneak in here last night to break Professor Dumbledore's age line, did you?
Harry and Ron immediately realized this and stared at Ivan. Ivan hesitated for a moment. He wanted to find an excuse to get away with it, but he knew that his name would definitely be called during the banquet later. There was no way he could hide it, so he could only speak vaguely.
You could say that.
Oh my God, you didn't call us for something this important.
Ron exclaimed as he rushed forward excitedly.
What happened? Did it work?
Ivan didn't know whether to answer or not, and although Harry and the others' registration didn't affect him, There were so many young wizards watching the Goblet of Fire during the day that he could hardly keep out of sight. Telling Ron and Harry would mean the whole school knew.
Hales, you come with me for a moment.
Ivan looked as if he had seen his savior. He ate 2 bites of dessert and ran away. Harry and Ron, who were left behind, looked at each other, increasingly convinced that Ivan had found a way to break the age limit. Hermione rolled her eyes at them.
That's impossible. Professor Dumbledore said no one could cross that age line. The age line that Albus set up is also a type of restrictive magic. With your current level of magic, it will be difficult to break it head-on, but there are ways to do so.
Ivan, over here. Already hungry, Ivan hurried over to the empty seat Hermione had left for him, stuffed a pastry into his mouth, and asked about the registration of the participants. The Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students have been here, and I saw Cedric of Hufflepuff put his name in, Harry exclaimed. Ron added, Angelina was the only one who signed up for Gryffindor all morning, and George and Fred tried to fool her with aging potions, but they failed.
It's 10:30 in the morning. You have almost 8 hours to find this watch before the feast starts. Hales, I've already told you how to cross the age line. It's up to you to do it.
McGonagall laughed.
You should have told me before, Professor.
Ivan said, looking very strange.
I don't think it's too late, do you?
McGonagall tried to reassure Ivan, thinking he was worried about running out of time.
You have to have faith in yourself, Hulse. 8 hours is more than enough time to find that magic node.
No, Professor, I mean.
Ivan threw up his hands, his face full of innocence, but his words were clear. You're too late, Professor.
What? You signed up for the competition last night.
Professor McGonagall stopped in her tracks and stared at Ivan in shock. Ivan had no intention of hiding the truth, so he told her exactly how he had done it. McGonagall's mouth twitched as she listened. She had not expected Ivan to use such a special method to get around Dumbledore's age line. McGonagall was even more embarrassed by her own words. After a while, she shook her head with a wry smile and sighed.
I guess I worried for nothing, Hales.
Professor, this was an unexpected idea. Otherwise, I would have had to ask you for help.
Chapter 594, Champion Candidate. The Great Hall was decorated in a somewhat eerie fashion for Halloween. A swarm of black bats with jack-o'-lanterns in their mouths were roaming the sky, and the candle's light had dimmed considerably. The ghosts, which were usually hard to come by, emerged to greet the passing wizards. The tables of the 4 academies were already filled with people, and the Goblet of Fire, which had been placed in the middle of the platform, had been moved to a spot not far from the teachers' seats. The young wizards in the audience were fidgeting and whispering to each other, turning their attention to Dumbledore, who was sitting at the teacher's table, anxiously waiting for the moment to announce the champions. When Ivan sat down, Hermione asked him curiously,
Ivan, what did Professor McGonagall want with you?
Just asking me to help decorate the castle.
Ivan replied casually. Harry and Ron joined them, curious as to whether any of the students had passed the age limit set by Professor Dumbledore.
How should I put it? I signed up last night.
Ivan said truthfully, considering the results were about to be announced.
You were sleeping so soundly in the middle of the night that I couldn't wake you up. The Goblet of Fire requires me to vote for you personally. I couldn't help you even if I wanted to.
Ivan's explanation succeeded in silencing Ron, but he continued to complain about Ivan's lack of friendship, and insisted that he had to get them to do something as important as this. Harry was also somewhat disappointed, but quickly composed himself. These days, he often fantasized about becoming a champion, but knew that he would only bring disgrace to Hogwarts. As they talked, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent, and Ivan looked up at the stage to see Dumbledore standing up from his seat at the teacher's table. This meant that it was time to announce the results. The young wizards in the audience craned their necks to look, and even Ivan couldn't help feeling nervous. Dumbledore approached the table where the Goblet of Fire was placed, looked at the clock on the wall, and spoke to the crowd.
There's still a little while to go. Before we officially announce the results, I'd like to add, when the names of the champions are announced, I want them to go to the top of the Great Hall, then along the staff table and into the room next door.
Dumbledore pointed to the door behind the staff table and gestured, and when he saw that everyone was listening, he nodded in satisfaction, took out his wand, and waved it vigorously. In an instant, the great hall was plunged into semi-darkness, with the exception of the candles in the jack-o'-lanterns. The goblet of fire, in contrast, rapidly lit up with a brilliant scarlet flame, and sparks flew from it as it spat out a piece of scorched parchment. Dumbledore took it from her and read the contents aloud.
The champion of Durmstrang Victor Crumb.
There were loud cheers from the Slytherin table, as well as applause from the other houses, all of them loyal fans of Crumb. Ron, for example, was extremely excited when Dumbledore mentioned Crumb, as if he had just said his name. Dumbledore raised his hand and pushed it down, and when the applause and chatter died down, another piece of parchment flew out and landed in Dumbledore's hand.
The champion of Beauxbatons Fleur de Lacquer.
Cried Dumbledore. Fleur beamed as she gracefully rose from her place at the Ravenclaw table, and the boys in the great hall applauded her. A few seconds later, the goblet of fire turned red again and sparks flew. The young wizards in the audience looked nervously and excitedly at the goblet, knowing full well that it was the turn of Hogwarts champions. The third piece of parchment soon flew out.
Warriors of Hogwarts.
Dumbledore began loudly, his face lighting up with just the right amount of surprise.
Ivan Hells.
Ivan rose to his feet under the watchful eyes of the crowd and nodded to everyone around him. The noisy great hall fell silent as the young wizards stared at Ivan with amazement, suspicion, and admiration. Fleur and Crumb, who were still in the great hall, stopped and looked back.
Wait!
Karkaroff slammed his hand down on the table and rose from his seat, glaring at Ivan before turning to glare at Dumbledore.
Albus, if I remember correctly, the champion is supposed to be a grown wizard over 17, not a 14-year-old brat. Hold your horses, Karkaroff, you remember correctly.
Dumbledore said with interest. Although he knew that McGonagall had spoken to Ivan and should have known how he crossed the age line, Dumbledore did not ask. The unknown is sometimes a joy. Ivan's face showed no sign of panic, and he replied with perfect composure.
That's because I wrote my name and the school I represented on a piece of parchment and threw it into the goblet of fire within the allotted time.
Ivan, what did Professor McGonagall want with you? Just asking me to help decorate the castle, Ivan replied casually. Harry and Ron joined them, curious as to whether any of the students had passed the age limit set by Professor Dumbledore. How should I put it? I signed up last night, Ivan said truthfully, considering the results were about to be announced. You were sleeping so soundly in the middle of the night that I couldn't wake you up. The goblet of fire requires me to vote for you personally. I couldn't help you even if I wanted to.
That's not what we're asking, Mr. Harles, and you still haven't answered how you crossed that age line.
Karkaroff pressed, frowning, suspecting that Dumbledore had been the one to sneak Ivan a backdoor. The young wizards in the Great Hall were equally curious, and all of them stared at Ivan, waiting for his answer. Ivan shook his head and replied truthfully.
No, you misunderstand me. I cannot break Professor Dumbledore's spell.
There was an uproar, and this time it was not only Karkaroff, but even Maxim, who stood up and questioned Ivan's ability to cheat his way into the warrior position. Ivan remained calm in the face of the crowd's questioning. He pointed to the goblet of fire on the platform and spoke.
Who says you have to break the age limit to put your name in? Can't you just get a student who meets the requirements to take out the goblet of fire?
Chapter 595, Harry Who Can't Explain.
Professor, you told us that those who wish to compete must place their name and school on a piece of parchment in the goblet of fire, and I have done so.
Ivan looked at Dumbledore and added.
Last night at the feast, you didn't say that the goblet of fire couldn't be brought out, did you? I signed up myself as per your instructions. That should count, right? It was indeed my oversight.
Ivan replied modestly.
This is nothing to be ashamed of, Hulse. Wisdom is just as important to a wizard as anything else. You have taught us all a lesson.
Dumbledore looked at the young wizards in the audience and sighed. Karkaroff and Maxim were furious when they saw the two acting together, but no matter how unhappy they were, they could only hold it in. Because the method was devised by Ivan himself, It was, in a sense, a solution to Dumbledore's restrictions. Add to that the fact that the Goblet of Fire's champions were certain of a rule they could not change, and there was no point in arguing. Clap, clap, clap.
Bravo, Hales! I knew that age line would be easy for you. Hero of Hogwarts, hero of Gryffindor. Well, it's not too late to celebrate later. Now that our 3 champions have been chosen, please follow the previous arrangements to...
Before Dumbledore could finish, the Goblet of Fire next to him moved again, and a long tongue of flame shot half a meter into the air, and a piece of parchment with burnt corners slowly fell from the sky. The sudden change attracted the attention of the young wizards. Isn't the selection of champions over? Why are there still papers popping up? Ivan immediately thought of something, and his eyes flicked to the teacher's table, where he stared at Moody and Barty Crouch, but could not find any fault in their expressions. Dumbledore instinctively grabbed the parchment and looked at it, his face turning serious. He examined it carefully to make sure it was correct, then read it aloud.
The 4th champion, Harry Potter.
When Dumbledore said the name, everyone in the Great Hall was stunned, and the Great Hall became even quieter than it had been when Ivan was elected. Harry, who was directly involved, was so stunned that his mind went blank. He wondered if he had misheard or if he was simply dreaming.
This is not fair, this is cheating. There can only be 1 participant per school.
Karkaroff was absolutely furious. He slammed his fist down on the table in front of him, and the violent sound echoed through the Great Hall.
I demand an explanation, Dumbledore.
Maxim said angrily, his face livid. If Ivan's age was acceptable for forcing his way into the Triwizard Tournament, the presence of 2 champions at Hogwarts was unacceptable. Ignoring their questioning, Dumbledore looked calmly at Harry and asked,
Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? No, Professor, I didn't put my name in it, and I don't know why.
Harry shook his head and explained hurriedly. However, Harry's explanation was so flimsy that few people believed it, and he was upset by all the questioning looks. Flustered, he turned to his friends for help.
Ron, Hermione, you should know that I was up with you all last night and all day today. I didn't have time to put my name in.
Hermione nodded and offered a few words of explanation in Harry's defense, but not many people listened. Ron, on the other hand, seemed distracted and kept his mouth shut.
That's enough, stop explaining. Who knows if you're in cahoots?
Karkaroff cut Harry and the others off with a roar, then turned to Ivan, his eyes cold.
And there's someone here who can break the rules, isn't there? Who knows if he threw someone's name in? I'm not going to do that.
Ivan retorted.
The Triwizard Tournament has always been dangerous. I'm not going to put my weak friends at risk.
Ivan then looked at Karkaroff mockingly, his words merciless.
Also, please use your brain. There are many students who put their names into the Goblet of Fire, but the champion selection is fixed. There's no reason for 4 champions to be chosen. Someone must have tampered with it.
Chapter 596, Parting Party. Ivan's blunt words infuriated Karkaroff. Dumbledore tried to smooth things over.
Well, Karkaroff, Hars has a point. The Goblet of Fire does not choose 4 champions for nothing, and we should not blame it on 2 children. And who is to blame? You, Dumbledore.
Karkaroff demanded. He even suspected that Dumbledore had tampered with the Goblet of Fire, resulting in its destruction. After all, the situation seemed to be working in Hogwarts' favor. The participation of 2 champions would greatly increase Hogwarts' chances of winning the Triwizard Cup, and Dumbledore would be able to cast a spell on the Goblet of Fire.
If you must believe that, then it was indeed an oversight on my part in not keeping it safe. But please believe me when I say that such an outcome is not something I would wish.
Dumbledore spoke calmly, not at all offended by Karkaroff's questioning.
We all know how dangerous the Triwizard Cup can be. There is no reason for me to go to such lengths just to get a child who is not strong enough to compete. There are far more suitable candidates at Hogwarts if we are to choose a 2nd champion. Who knows what you're thinking? All I know is that there are 2 people competing at Hogwarts, and that's a serious infraction.
Karkaroff snapped.
Mr. Crouch,
Maxim said, turning to look at the 2 ministry officials who were frowning.
You are the organizers of this match and the impartial referees. What do you suggest we do now? Resign up or ban one of Hogwarts' champions from the game?
Bagman said, wiping his round, baby-faced face with his handkerchief.
Bagman's right. Besides, we can't hold someone accountable for something that hasn't been cleared up yet. It could have been an accident.
Crouch tried to reassure him.
You expect me to dismiss this as an accident? Don't even think about it.
Karkaroff scowled, thinking Bagman and Crouch were siding with Hogwarts to bully foreigners like them. Maxim concurred.
Since there are 2 champions at Hogwarts, to be fair, we will have to reform the Goblet of Fire and increase the number of places until each school produces 2 champions. No, I'm afraid not, Madame Maxime. The Goblet of Fire has just gone out, and it is customary to keep it lit until the next tournament.
Bagman shook his head in exasperation.
There will be no next year. Durmstrang will never participate in such an unfair match again, and I will leave with my students tonight.
Karkaroff stormed off, pulling Crumb behind him. The rest of the Durmstrang students rose indignantly from their seats and followed Karkaroff out of the Great Hall. Maxim did the same, leading the Beauxbatons students off the field in protest. Harry stood and watched them go, clearly at a loss as to what to do, thinking that this year's Triwizard Cup would end before it even began.
Don't worry, Harry, they won't have the guts to go. The pact was made when that Crumb and Fleur put their names in the Goblet of Fire, and if they don't make it, the backlash will be terrible.
Moody said, looking grim as he limped down the platform, but trying to comfort Harry. Yvonne looked at Moody and asked,
Professor, why didn't Mr. Bagman suggest that a person's grades should be cancelled? And even if they had to compete, wouldn't it be relatively fair if one of the Hogwarts champions was disqualified?
Ivan then looked at Harry with an apologetic expression.
Oh, Harry, don't mind me, it's nothing personal.
Harry nodded dumbly. He was still wondering how he had become a champion and had not heard what Ivan had said.
We can't do this, Harles.
Moody sighed, glancing at Harry as he explained the situation to Ivan.
This is too cruel to Harry. He's done nothing wrong, and he has to face the same dangerous projects as you, and we can't have him trying and not getting a fair assessment. Also, the Triwizard Tournament is a very important event, and there are many witches and wizards all over Europe watching it. If Harry performs well in the tournament and wins, and we disqualify him, the referees will be overwhelmed with howls. Of course, if you want to do it your way, we can switch to the Hogwarts warrior with the lowest score, and the result will be invalid. However, I'm guessing that Karkaroff and Maxim would not approve of this fairness.
Moody grinned. Yvonne began to understand. After explaining the situation to Ivan, Moody turned to Dumbledore and said,
How about I get to the bottom of the Goblet of Fire? Albus, I think what Harz has just said makes a lot of sense. Maybe someone tampered with the cup to get at Harry.
Dumbledore agreed without hesitation. Ivan gave a barely perceptible frown, but said nothing. On the face of it, Moody was the obvious choice for the investigation, and he could not be certain that there was anything wrong with him, and to contradict him would only alert the enemy. If he made a mistake, the next time he wanted to reveal something, such as the location of a Horcrux, the credibility of his words would be greatly reduced. After a short conversation with 2 high-ranking ministry officials, Dumbledore came to an understanding, and, raising his wand to cast the resounding charm on himself, he addressed the noisy crowd of young wizards.
All right, it's getting late. I think you guys need to rest. The dinner is over.
Chapter 597, Snape the Pot King.
Come on, don't think too much, Harry.
Ivan said, patting him on the back. Harry nodded, his expression troubled. Along the way, he opened his mouth several times to say something, but in the end, he held back.
You can say whatever you want.
Ivan said, glancing at him.
Ivan, you'll believe me, won't you? I didn't put the name in the Goblet of Fire at all, and I don't know why the note came out of it.
Harry, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't seem to stop talking. He rambled on for a long time, detailing his schedule for the past 2 days so that Ivan would know he had no chance of touching the Goblet of Fire.
Of course I believe you, Harry.
Yvonne interrupted him reassuringly, adding,
It's not easy to fool the Goblet of Fire. Only a powerful wizard can do it, and for that you're above suspicion.
Harry's pent-up feelings were soothed by Ivan's willingness to believe him, although he could not think of anyone who would go out of their way to make him a champion. The two of them chatted all the way back to the lounge. By the time they had read the exit order and opened the passage, Ivan was nearly deafened by the noise coming from inside. A dozen pairs of hands reached out and pulled them both in, almost making Ivan think he was under attack. The Gryffindor restroom had obviously been decorated, with brilliant lights hanging from the walls and scarlet lion flags floating in the air. A young wizard took out his tattered bed sheet and wrote the names of the two champions on it with a large pen.
Ivan, Harry, you're amazing. I can't believe that both Hogwarts champions are in Gryffindor.
George exclaimed, throwing his arms around Ivan.
But you should have told me you'd signed up.
Fred said, thumping Ivan on the shoulder.
Why didn't we think of that cup in the first place?
George asked in frustration. He then turned to Harry and asked,
By the way, Harry, how did you get your name in, like Ivan? Or something else, something more novel?
Seamus now joined them. The other wizards looked at Harry, curious about this.
That's enough, I swear I didn't do it. I don't even know why it happened.
Harry shouted angrily, so loudly that everyone jumped. For a moment, the noisy lounge fell silent, and George, Seamus, and the others were shocked by Harry's sudden outburst.
Well, if you didn't vote for yourself, who was helping you?
Angelina muttered, finally turning to Ivan.
Don't put this on me. I explained it to you in the Great Hall.
Ivan shook his head. He wasn't going to take the blame.
Come on, we all know how good you are. How hard can it be for you to fool around with a broken cup?
George said loudly.
We're all on the same side here now, and we're just curious.
Yvonne rolled her eyes, not believing a word of it. Did he not know what these people were like? All of them talked nonsense. If he talked nonsense tonight, it would spread throughout the school tomorrow.
If there are no outsiders here, why would I lie to you? Besides, there are two champions competing at Hogwarts, and even if we win, people will gossip about us. I wouldn't go to that trouble.
Ivan tried his best to explain, but he knew from the looks on the faces of the crowd that not many of them wanted to believe him. Ivan did not bother to explain further. He was already used to these misunderstandings. Compared to the group of imaginative monsters in Knockoff Alley, this was nothing.
Do you remember your dream, Harry?
Hermione asked solemnly.
Of course I do. Why?
Harry replied hesitantly.
Don't you see? You know who must be trying to get rid of you or planning something. If he didn't do it himself, he could be pulling the strings.
Hermione went on, looking very serious. Ivan looked at Hermione in surprise, as he had not expected her to deduce the cause and effect so quickly. Harry thought Hermione's guess was highly likely, and after thinking hard for a while said,
I think I know who it might be.
Who?
Yvonne asked quickly. He had almost forgotten that Harry was also a good break, and that Barty Crouch Jr. would most likely try to reach out to Harry and gain his trust.
It must be Snape.
Harry shouted. He couldn't think of anyone other than Snape, who had treated him badly throughout the school year. If anyone wanted him dead, Harry thought it would be one or the other. Ivan's breath caught in his throat, and he looked at Harry strangely, wondering if you could stop staring at one person and suspecting that Snape had been blamed enough over the years. It was just the thought of Snape's penchant for keeping an eye on Harry all the time that made them even. Despite Ivan's disapproval, Hermione agreed and suggested that Harry should tell Moody to keep an eye on Snape or write to Sirius and ask his advice. If worse comes to worst, go to Dumbledore. As Hermione went on, Ivan couldn't help but give Harry a few words of caution, telling him to be careful and that if anyone was suddenly nice or mean to him, it meant that there was something wrong with them. With the support of his two best friends, Harry was able to forget about the questioning remarks and realized that there were still people who believed and cared about him.
Wait!
Harry looked around, but there was no sign of his other friend.
Well,
Chapter 598, The Crack in Friendship.
What's wrong with Ron? I noticed he didn't look well in the Great Hall.
Harry asked worriedly. Hermione did not reply, but told them to go back to the dormitory and ignore Ron for now. He would come around after a night's sleep. Harry was baffled, unable to understand what was going on. Yvonne sensed something from Hermione's attitude, but she didn't seem to care. She had too much on her mind to try and counsel Ron. After saying goodbye to Hermione, they headed back to the dormitory. Pushing the door open, Harry saw Ron lying on the bed with his clothes on and a pillow over his head. Ron was left alone in the dormitory, and Neville and the others were still in the lounge.
Ron, are you all right?
Harry felt strange and went to shake him.
I'm fine, Harry. Just a bit under the weather, so I didn't have time to celebrate.
Ron pushed the pillow away from his head and forced a smile.
Celebrate? Celebrate what?
Harry asked, frowning as he sensed something amiss with Ron. Ron sat up and said in a heavy tone,
To celebrate your bravery, of course.
He looked from Ivan to Harry and back again.
Ivan was chosen because he put his name in the goblet of fire. What about you, Harry? How did you do it with the cloak of invisibility? Ron, you think I put my name in that goblet just like they do?
Harry laughed in exasperation, breathing heavily as he explained in annoyance.
I made it clear in the Great Hall that I didn't do it. And I've been with you for the last 2 days, and you know I didn't have the chance.
Ron ignored Harry's explanation and continued to speculate.
If you can't do it during the day, what about when you go to bed at night? If Yvonne went there after midnight, did you go there in the first half of the night, or did you go there together? You all have ways of becoming champions, except for me, who was a little too weak and couldn't think of a way.
Ron's expression became troubled, and his voice trailed off until it was barely audible.
Don't be silly, Ron. Why would you think that? Didn't Hermione tell you? This Triwizard Tournament is most likely a plot by Lord Voldemort, and he must have wanted me to die in it. Remember the dream? I told you so.
Harry was furious. He had expected Ron, one of his best friends, to be as supportive and trusting as Ivan and Hermione, and was surprised when Ron doubted him.
Ugh!
Ron looked shaken, but in the grip of his jealous rage, he stuck to his guns and soon found a loophole in Harry's speech, firing off questions like a cannon.
But why would he do that? You know who isn't in school, so how could he guarantee that you'd be chosen? Besides, Professor Dumbledore and the others were there during the match, so nobody would dare to do anything to you.
Ron shouted, his mind eaten away by jealousy. Ron couldn't help but think back to the questions Ivan had asked him the night before, which confirmed his suspicions. He believed that Ivan must have needed a competent helper in order to ensure the Triwizard Tournament's victory, and thus approached him to ask for his opinion. After learning that he insisted on playing fair with everyone, Ivan decided that it would be dangerous for him to win, so he chose Harry instead. The more Ron thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he told her his theory without hesitation. Harry choked. He had not expected Ron to be so malicious.
I have to say, you have quite the imagination, Ron.
Yvonne exclaimed.
But I was right, wasn't I?
Ron persisted.
I'm going to say something you don't like, Ron. I've never considered Crumb or Fleur to be a threat.
Irritated by Ron's endless questioning, Ivan paused for a moment before continuing, his words merciless.
And you think too highly of yourself. You can't help me with your level of magic. I only told you that last night out of curiosity.
Ron's face turned red and his fists clenched and unclenched under the covers. He was most disgusted by Ivan's self-important attitude towards everything. Whether it was the honor he longed for or the people he admired and liked, Ivan treated them with disdain, as if they were within his reach. The more he came into contact with Ivan, the more awkward Ron became, feeling as small as a speck of dust in the dirt, with no sense of presence whatsoever. Even if he bragged about his adventures to others, it would be assumed that he was just lucky enough to be in the good books of Ivan and Harry.
Yes, you're the hero of Gryffindor. Amazing, you don't need anyone's help.
Ron said angrily, pulling the draperies over his four-poster bed to cover his head. Ron's attitude infuriated Harry, and he took 2 steps towards him, intending to pull him out of bed and talk him out of it. Ivan stopped him just in time.
Forget it, Harry. Let Ron think for himself.
Chapter 599, I wish you were less impressive. Harry glanced hesitantly at Ron, who had buried himself under the blanket like a corpse, and knew that he could not be persuaded, so he ignored him. Due to the Cold War between the three of them, the dormitory was no longer as cheerful as it used to be at night, so much so that Neville almost thought he had entered the wrong dormitory when he returned. Ivan had been busy all day. After washing up, he went to bed early but could not sleep. Harry's emergence as a champion is proof that Lord Voldemort is still secretly working on his resurrection, and he has no idea who might be responsible. This passive feeling made Ivan uncomfortable. He tilted his head and looked at the cage on the table. Several mice were lying in it. Ivan believes that this knot can only be undone by mastering legilimency as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the rat's mind was too simple. Ever since his Dementor's telekinesis had been upgraded to level 3, his experience had stagnated. He needs a new subject.
Where's Ron? I don't know, he probably went out to avoid us. Why? Are you going to explain it to him?
Ivan replied casually as he put the empty cage away. Harry nodded hesitantly. He had been thinking about it for a long time last night, and now he had a good reason to go back to Ron.
If you want to go, go ahead, but don't get your hopes up.
Ivan said with a shrug, not believing that Ron would listen to any of Harry's explanations. It would only make sense once the Triwizard Tournament began, and Ron realized how dangerous it was. In the original timeline, Harry had to cheat to get to the championship, and Ron might not even have been able to get past the dragon. The two of them chatted as they walked towards the Great Hall. Along the way, they were greeted frequently, especially by the young Gryffindor wizards who regarded them as heroes.
Come on, Harry Potter. Let's show Beauxbatons and Durmstrang that Hogwarts is the best.
A senior Gryffindor member shouted at them.
Of course, don't worry. You'll see me win.
Yvonne laughed. Harry, on the other hand, was very subdued. Whenever someone cheered for him, he seemed flustered and unsure of how to respond. He was worried that he was not good enough to live up to their expectations. It was only when they arrived at the Great Hall that Harry realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined, with the junior wizards of the other three houses giving them a mixed reception compared to the Gryffindor students who had welcomed them with open arms. Ivan was fine. Although the registration method was suspected of being a cheap trick, he still managed to crack the age line with his wisdom and generously explain the exact method. Even if someone was dissatisfied, they would not say anything. Harry, on the other hand, heard people talking about him as soon as he crossed the threshold. As he passed by the Slytherin table, he overheard one of the students speculating that he had forced Ivan to cheat for him. All of these sounds made Harry feel terrible.
Have some confidence, Harry. Since you've been chosen by the Goblet of Fire, you're a champion of Hogwarts. Ignore the voices of dissent. They'll approve of you as long as you perform well during the match.
Ivan said reassuringly.
I hope so.
Harry said dully. Hermione, who was sitting at the Gryffindor table, saw the couple coming through the door and waved them over, leaving the table empty.
Ivan, Harry, how was your night? Did you sleep well?
Hermione asked tactfully, as she had seen Ron this morning and he was obviously upset.
This is terrible. Ron's got a screw loose in his head, trying to get me to sign up without telling him.
Harry was furious at the memory and looked around, unable to locate Ron.
He's just gone out the side door, probably trying to avoid you.
Hermione said, knowing what Harry was going to ask. Harry was confused. Why did Ron hide wherever he went?
Don't you see, Harry? Ron doesn't want to hear it from you. He's just jealous.
Ivan said vaguely as he slowly stuffed a cream pie into his mouth.
Jealousy? Why? Because we became champions?
Harry was still confused.
It's more than that, Harry. Ron's always been jealous of you, and not just because of that.
Hermione explained, sighing.
Think about it. How would you feel in the long run if you had two famous friends whom everyone liked so much that you were left out of the loop every time, including your parents?
I'd be so happy, so happy. Then I wouldn't have to go around with people gawking at my forehead.
Harry exclaimed.
I'd be so happy if I'd spent my childhood at the Burrow with my parents.
And you, Hermione, don't you have two famous friends? You're not like Ron.
Harry added, turning back to Hermione.
No, you're wrong. I envy you sometimes.
Hermione said, glancing discreetly at Ivan. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, and even Ivan looked incredulous.
But usually just a little bit jealous. It's gone in a minute.
Chapter 600, I've never heard of such magic. Hermione's words calmed Harry down enough for him to realize that jealousy was a common emotion, such as the fact that he was occasionally jealous of Ivan's class privileges and the fact that he did not have to study much to get good grades. Ron might just have a weak sense of control.
Then I'll go to him,
He said, standing up after a few bites of rice. Ivan saw Harry's determination and did not try to stop him. After he left, Ivan turned to the young witch and asked,
Hermione, do you have a moment? I need your help with a spell.
Hermione hesitated. She had a lot on her plate in the near future. For example, studying for a book given by Ivan or looking up the history of house elves. Even so, the little witch was quick to nod in agreement and asked curiously,
What kind of magic is it? And is it related to the Triwizard Cup?
No, it has nothing to do with the game.
Ivan shook his head, then hesitated.
Also, this spell might be a little special.
In Ivan's opinion, memory is a person's most private and most important thing, and most people tend to have embarrassing moments in their lives, and it is inevitable that they will develop dark, uncomfortable thoughts about being known.
Special, is it dangerous?
Hermione was surprised at Ivan's hesitation.
No, there's no danger. It's just that when I cast the spell, I might see some of your secrets.
Ivan ventured cautiously. Privacy, Hermione's mind went blank, and she dropped the spoon she was holding, thinking she had misheard. It took a while for the little witch to react. She bent down in a panic to pick up the spoon, but she bumped into the corner of the table.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Hermione exclaimed, her face flushing from her cheeks to her ears. She looked around frantically and noticed that her shouting had attracted even more attention.
I'm going to the library.
Not giving Ivan a chance to explain, Hermione grabbed the books on the table and left. Yvonne was baffled by Hermione's reaction. Do you have to, even if you don't agree, just say it?
Hails!
Ivan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when a gentle voice came from nearby. As soon as Ivan turned around, he saw a large group of young wizards, presumably Hufflepuff students, surrounding them. And in the lead is Cedric. Hermione, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks, ignoring the incident, as it was clear that these people were up to no good.
Cedric, you wanted to see me.
Ivan asked calmly as the students gathered around him.
Yes, it's about the champions.
Cedric nodded, looking embarrassed, but he had no choice but to continue.
I'm trying to understand the difference between us, and why the Goblet of Fire chose you to be the warrior of Hogwarts when you weren't old enough, so.
When Cedric finished speaking, the Hufflepuff students behind him roared with excitement.
Yes, whoever wins will be the champion. A fair match, Cedric will not lose. Cedric is the true champion of Hogwarts.
When the selection of champions was announced at the feast yesterday, the Hufflepuff wizards were the most unhappy with the outcome. After all, they had been so certain that Cedric would be the champion of Hogwarts. After all, Cedric's grades were the best among his contemporaries, and he was also Hufflepuff's prefect, making him the most approachable student in the school. Hufflepuff House had kept a low profile for too long and desperately needed the glory of a champion. Who would have thought that the Goblet of Fire would choose two champions from Gryffindor, both under the age of 17 and in their fourth year? This led them to suspect that Ivan and Harry had somehow managed to steal Cedric's place in the warrior squad. It was for this reason that the Hufflepuff students, who had always disliked noise, came to the Great Hall en masse. They had hoped to find a weaker Harry as a more secure opponent. Who would have thought that Harry would have heard something and run away in fear without even eating? Such desertion is contemptible. Thus, they changed their target to Ivan. Even so, they were confident that Cedric would win.
Didn't you hear Professor Dumbledore? Once a champion is chosen, it can't be changed.
Hermione stepped forward, placing herself between Ivan and Cedric. However, the Hufflepuff wizards showed no signs of backing down, and each and every one of them had a determined look on their faces, as if Ivan would not leave until he did. The disturbance in the Great Hall attracted more and more attention, and many young wizards joined in the fun, forming a larger circle around the Great Hall. The young Gryffindor wizards, who did not seem to think much of the situation, made a show of supporting Ivan in teaching Cedric a lesson that he deserved. Undeterred by their words, Cedric fixed his gaze on Ivan.
Well, will you, Harles? Okay, no problem.
Ivan agreed without hesitation, and then asked kindly.
Do you need to go somewhere private?
A public duel was glorious for the winner, but humiliating for the loser. Of course, Ivan was not worried about losing, but about Cedric's pride.
No, let's do it here.
Chapter 601, The Duel That Ended in an Instant.
Spread out, please.
Cedric called to the young wizards gathered nearby. Everyone knew better than to get involved in the fight between the two. However, no one left, as they were all curious as to who would win the duel.
Hermione, you'll be the referee.
Said Ivan. The young witch looked worried, as she was bound to get points deducted by the professors for dueling in the Great Hall, but at Ivan's request, Hermione went to the side and began directing the two of them to bow according to the rules of the duel.
3.
Hermione waved her right arm. Cedric took a few steps back as fast as he could, tapped his chest with his wand and read. Pratigo's armor protecting. An invisible magical shield surrounded Cedric, protecting him from harm. This was an armor charm that he had mastered last year after much practice. It allowed one to gain the upper hand in a duel. However, contrary to Cedric's expectations, Ivan did not attack immediately. He just stood there and watched him, his wand in his right hand.
Frightened.
This was Cedric's first reaction, but he quickly dismissed it. He had heard a lot of rumors about Ivan at school, and he knew that Ivan would never be so horrible. Otherwise, it could only be contempt. Perhaps the other party did not take him seriously at all, which was why he was so disrespectful in battle.
Expelliarmus, Expelliarmus.
Cedric shouted as he pointed his wand at Ivan. The two parties were less than 4 meters apart, and the beam of light almost reached them in a single leap. It was only then that Ivan slowly pointed his wand at himself. He did not cast the spell, but the red beam of light was deflected back at an even faster speed. Cedric's body tried to dodge, but he could not. Fortunately, the early release of the shield charm took effect at this point and resisted the attack. But Cedric didn't relax at all, and his heart was in his mouth, because the second beam of magic was right in front of him, and it broke through the weakened shield and hit him squarely.
Doesn't he have to do any spells?
At the critical moment, Cedric's face changed dramatically, and he became very confused. He did not hear Ivan's voice as he chanted the spell, but he could see Ivan waving his wand twice. The thought flashed through his mind, and the next thing he knew, Cedric was flung sideways, crashing into the Hufflepuff table behind him, knocking the empty plates and candlesticks to the floor. At the same time, Cedric's wand flew out of his hand, spun in midair, and landed in Ivan's hand. The surrounding students were stunned as they watched this scene in disbelief. They may have expected Cedric to be defeated by Ivan, but they did not expect the battle to end so quickly. The moment the battle officially started, Cedric was sent flying. Crumb and Fleur, who were in the crowd, also stared in shock at Cedric, who was lying on the table. They had seen too much from this brief battle compared to most inexperienced wizards. They were particularly impressed by Ivan's 2 instances of nonverbal magic. Obscurus. As Fleur thought about it, she was able to mentally recite the incantation and cast the spell, although it usually required a lot of concentration and a lot more preparation time than the incantation. However, this was clearly not the case when Ivan cast the spell just now. It was very easy, and after releasing the protective spell, he silently cast the disarming charm again. This did not match the characteristics of the Obscurus that required preparation. Unless the other party was using a more advanced spell-free technique. But how was that possible? Fleur would never have believed it was possible for a mere 4th-year wizard if she had not seen it with her own eyes.
Cedric, are you all right?
Hufflepuff's young wizards were momentarily stunned, then rushed forward to help Cedric up. Several of them stepped in front of Ivan, as if to stop him from attacking Cedric again. Ivan scratched his head, wondering if he had hit him too hard, but in truth, He had held back, giving Cedric a chance to make the first move so that he would not be humiliated. Cedric was helped to his feet, but his face was pale, and he was looking at Ivan with a troubled expression. He did not expect to lose so thoroughly that he could not even put up some resistance. Even more excited than Cedric were the Hufflepuff wizards, who had come to surround Ivan in an attempt to prove that Cedric was the true champion. Now that Hufflepuff's pride had been so easily defeated, most people found the outcome hard to swallow. Some people even believed that Ivan had cheated or that Cedric had not played well and were clamoring for a rematch. Ivan scowled at their words, then turned to Cedric.
What, you going to rematch me?
No, there's no need to compete. I've lost. I don't think a few more attempts would make any difference.
Cedric rubbed his aching chest and shook his head wryly.
By the way, I didn't hear you casting the spell. Are you able to cast it without a spell?
Cedric asked solemnly. He, like Fleur and Crumb, found it hard to believe that a fourth-year wizard could be so skilled.
That's why you've come at a bad time.
Ivan said.
I've only just learned it.
Ever since he had learned the secret of magic from Nicholas Flamel, he had been experimenting with non-incantation techniques. By now, Ivan had mastered the art of casting spells without a spell, and the spell's power would be greatly reduced.
Impressive!
Cedric was thoroughly impressed by Ivan's confirmation. He sighed and praised Ivan, then turned back to the assembled students.
Dismissed, as you can see, I have been outmaneuvered. Ivan Howells is indeed more suited to be a champion of Hogwarts than I am.
Chapter 602, Is That Magic That Important? When Cedric spoke, the Hufflepuff boy had no choice but to comply. Fleur and Crumb turned to leave when they saw that there was nothing left to see, but they were both worried to discover that Ivan's magic was even more advanced than they had expected.
I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time, Hulse.
Cedric apologized.
It's nothing, I learned a lot from fighting you.
Ivan shook his head. Cedric's generous admission of defeat surprised him, so he tried to be polite. It was only after she finished speaking that Ivan realized he had used the wrong words, as if he was mocking her. After all, the battle ended in an instant, and there was no benefit to it at all.
Anyway,
Cedric said with a wry smile, and then he ushered the Hufflepuff wizards away. The young Gryffindor witches and wizards gathered around them, and George clapped Ivan on the shoulder in excitement.
Ivan, you were amazing, beating Cedric so easily. I wonder who would dare to question our Gryffindor champion now.
George said admiringly. Ivan was equally pleased, not because he had defeated Cedric, but because he found that the number of followers he had in his taskbar had gone from 4 to 14.
What's going on here? Why are you all gathered around?
The more Ivan thought about it, the happier he became. Professor McGonagall, who had received the news, rushed over. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw the mess around the Hufflepuff table, as well as the group of Gryffindor wizards.
Professor, Cedric from Hufflepuff, insisted on dueling Ivan in the Great Hall.
Seamus quickly explained. He was, of course, on Ivan's side, adding fuel to the fire in an attempt to shift the blame to Cedric. Though it is true.
Even so, you shouldn't have agreed to fight him, Hales. Especially not in the Great Hall, with all these broken things.
Professor McGonagall complained, waving her wand to fix the broken candlesticks and pots. The young Gryffindor wizards were indignant. Hufflepuff was the one who started it, so why were they losing points? Ivan didn't care. He could see that Professor McGonagall was being lenient. Normally, 20 points would be the most basic amount. After restoring the broken objects, Professor McGonagall stopped talking about the duel and turned to Ivan.
Hales, Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to tell you that Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman will be giving the champions preliminary instructions in the next cubicle in the afternoon.
I'll be there, Professor.
Yvonne replied. McGonagall nodded, then turned her attention from Ivan to the others.
Well, what are we all doing here? Don't you have anything better to do today?
At McGonagall's admonition, the crowd of wizards dispersed, leaving Ivan in peace. He turned to look at the young witch who had not yet left and thought of his plan to practice legilimency, so he forced himself to speak again.
Hermione, about what I said earlier.
Is that spell that important?
Hermione asked, her lips pursed and her expression disturbed.
Yes, it's important.
Ivan said helplessly. He would not have asked Hermione for help otherwise.
What about time? When do you need to practice?
Hermione was stammering.
How about in the evening? Wait for me on the roof of the tower.
Yvonne suggested. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, after dinner, Ivan took note of the time and followed Professor McGonagall's instructions to a compartment not far from the Great Hall. When she opened the door, she found herself the last to arrive, as Fleur, Crumb, and the others were already there. Harry was also standing nearby, but he didn't look too happy about it, and it didn't take Ivan long to figure out that he had hit a wall with Ron and that he hadn't won this match. However, this was to be expected. If Ron had been very thoughtful when he found out that they had become champions, he would have wanted to find out who was controlling Ron.
Now that we're all here, let's get started.
Bagman announced, glancing at the judges.
The first match will be on 24 November, and you'll have to complete a task in front of all the students and referees.
I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time, Hulse, Cedric apologized. It's nothing, I learned a lot from fighting you.
Your turn, Barty.
Bagman said, glancing back at Crouch after 10 minutes of talking.
Oh, good.
Crouch looked distracted, as if he had just woken up from a dream, and nodded quickly, stunned.
Where were you, Bagman? What's the matter with you, Barty? You've been distracted these past few days.
Bagman asked, frowning unhappily.
It's not as if you don't know that I've had a lot on my plate lately.
Chapter 603, Hermione's Memory. The instruction lasted all afternoon, and they were not released until early evening. On the way to the Great Hall, Harry complained about Ron's inability to listen to reason. After a morning of fierce bickering, their relationship has gone from being friends to being on the verge of falling out. Ivan looked exasperated. There was nothing he could do but hope that Ron would come to his senses after a few days. After a quick dinner, Yvonne excused herself from Harry and took Hermione to the roof of the tower to practice her magic. As he had expected, it was deserted and quiet, and he did not have to worry about anyone barging in at this hour.
Is there anything I can do?
Hermione looked nervous, unsure where to put her hands and feet.
No, you don't have to.
Ivan said soothingly. This made Hermione even more flustered, and she looked around anxiously for an escape route. She thought that if Ivan insisted on doing something to her, she would run towards the door. However, Ivan's position happened to be facing the door, and Hermione was not nearly as strong as Ivan, so after some consideration, she decided that she had little chance of escaping. Other than that, they could only jump down from the tower by surprise. However, this place was very high, at least tens of meters off the ground. If she could not accurately grasp the timing of the slowing spell, she would definitely die. Hermione was torn, should she run or not? Ivan had no idea what was going through the witch's mind, so he went on explaining.
The charm I'm going to use on you later is called legilimency, which will read your current thoughts or past memories.
Is there anything I can do? Hermione looked nervous, unsure where to put her hands and feet. No, you don't have to.
Memory.
Hermione's expression was odd as she realized what Ivan had meant by
Privacy.
Eh.
What is it?
Yvonne asked, surprised by Hermione's reaction.
It's nothing.
The little witch hurriedly shook her head. When she saw that Ivan did not seem to notice her thoughts, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she thought of the spell Ivan was about to cast, Hermione's face fell and she couldn't help asking.
What do you do with this memory-reading magic? Do you remember yesterday's speculation? I was thinking the same thing you were. I thought the mystery man might have sneaked in and was planning something with us, like Chino did.
Yvonne explained half-heartedly.
So you want to learn legilimency, so you can tell who's been sent by you-know-who.
Hermione asked, immediately understanding Ivan's purpose and her initial desire to refuse him.
Yes, that's right.
Yvonne said with a laugh, then gently lifted her wand, her eyes meeting Hermione's.
Ready?
Hermione took a deep breath and nodded. She had read about legilimency in a book and thought that she would be better off thinking about her childhood later.
Then I'm coming.
Ivan whispered, pointing his wand at Hermione.
Legilimency.
Yvonne's disembodied voice seemed to have a magical effect on Hermione's mind, causing her to become dazed. Her eyes met Yvonne's and memories came flooding back. At the same time, Ivan felt as if his thoughts had been sucked into the little witch's body, and fragmented memories floated before his eyes. The first thing they saw was a small, cozy room with pink curtains and beds, stuffed dolls and toys. The one who caught Ivan's attention the most was Hermione, who was lying on the bed with a blanket over her, or Hermione as a child. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with intelligent brown eyes, and was listening to Mrs. Granger reading a Muggle fairy tale book. By the time Madame Granger mentioned the princess and was imprisoned by her stepmother, Hermione's face was full of worry and fear. She clutched the corners of her blanket tightly and tried to curl up under it. Ivan couldn't help but laugh out loud at Hermione's cute reaction. However, as an onlooker, Ivan acted as if he did not exist, and Madame Granger continued to tell the story softly. In the end, a kind-hearted old witch cast a spell to rescue the princess from the dark house, and the escaped princess met the prince of her neighboring country.
Mom,
Hermione asked, both curious and envious. Madame Granger smiled at the general attempt at deceiving Hermione. There was magic in the world, and everyone was a wizard. Perhaps believing him, little Hermione imitated the wizard in the story and began chanting incantations, looking very serious. Mrs. Granger covered her mouth and laughed. However, as soon as Hermione finished her incantation, the plush toys, teapots, and other objects that she was pointing at suddenly flew up into the air and crashed uncontrollably into the ceiling. One of them nearly hit Mrs. Granger on the head. Hermione was stunned, as was Mrs. Granger, who was wide-eyed and frightened, but she immediately hugged Hermione and tried to calm her down.
is this a minor wizard's magical outburst?
Chapter 604, Memories of the Past. In a daze, Hermione felt as if she were in a dream, reliving many memories. The panic of a magical outburst as a child, and the joy of an 11-year-old receiving an acceptance letter.
I think everyone has their own way of learning.
She never forgot what the blonde wizard had said. After displaying the level of her transfiguration spell, the other party arrogantly turned around and left, leaving her alone. Hermione was furious, but more than anything else, she was competitive and refused to believe that she was any worse than anyone else. Over the next few days, she worked even harder, but the gap between them did not narrow at all. She was no longer the only one in the classroom. Evangeline always managed to get to her feet before she could think of an answer and raise her hand to answer the question. This infuriated Hermione even more. However, as a result of this, she paid more attention to the blonde wizard and noticed that Yvonne had secretly hooked her broomstick with her foot during the first flying lesson, earning her praise from Madame Hooch.
Hermione, are you all right?
Chapter 605, Your Love is Really Wide. In order to practice legilimency, Ivan had read many books on the subject and had a good understanding of the spell. He only dared to use Hermione because he was certain that legilimency would not cause mental harm to the victim. Even so, Ivan was worried by how tired the witch looked.
I'm all right. I'm just a bit tired all of a sudden.
Hermione shook her head and looked at Ivan evasively. Understanding that the key to legilimency lay in looking into each other's eyes, she did not dare to return Ivan's gaze for fear that he would read her thoughts. Hermione tried to calm her thoughts, but somehow the memories that had been conjured up kept coming back.
That's enough. Stop using legilimency on me.
Finally, Hermione could not stand it any longer and exploded, shouting hysterically and hitting Ivan's chest and arms with her fists to vent her pent-up emotions. Caught off guard, Ivan was hit several times, but managed to restrain Hermione by grabbing her wrist and explaining.
Wait, Hermione, calm down.
By now, Yvonne had figured out that Hermione must have had a few private memories of her spell, and mistakenly believed that Yvonne was still using legilimency on her.
No.
Hermione was dubious, staring at Ivan with her brown eyes, unsure whether he was trying to fool her. Why else would I suddenly remember so much about Ivan?
Why don't we take the day off and come back tomorrow?
Yvonne suggested, seeing Hermione's unstable mood.
Then.
Hermione stammered, trying to avoid Ivan's eyes as much as possible. She turned around almost as if she were escaping and quickly opened the door to the roof of the tower. Yvonne watched Hermione hurry away, wondering what memory could be so afraid of letting her know. Could it be an image of someone taking a bath in the bathroom? But surely not everyone would be impressed. When he went through Nother's memories, he did not see any signs of daily life such as eating, sleeping, and bathing. Presumably, no one would deliberately remember such things. This was why he did not hesitate to ask Hermione to practice legilimency, as the likelihood of seeing awkward scenes was low. Ivan, however, was not overly concerned about Hermione's unusual behavior, as he thought it might be the first time someone had probed the witch's memory, so she was not used to it. However, Ivan soon realized that he had underestimated the impact of the exercise. Hermione avoided him for the next few days, and her plan to practice legilimency fell through. Their relationship seemed to have returned to the way it had been at the start of their feud, when Hermione only dared to see her when Harry was there. Every time he wanted to ask why, the little witch would hem and haw as she tried to change the subject or pretend not to hear him. If anything, Hermione visited the library more frequently every day, often disappearing after class. Ivan was baffled but could not force Hermione to practice magic with him. This caused the growth of legilimency to stagnate once again.
Are you having trouble with Hermione? Why is she avoiding you?
Harry asked after a defense against the dark arts lesson.
How should I know? It was fine a few days ago.
Ivan shrugged.
Then maybe there's been a misunderstanding. You'd better ask her and make it clear.
Harry suggested, not wanting to see his remaining friends fall out.
I'd like to explain, but only if Hermione would listen.
Yvonne said helplessly. Harry immediately thought of Ron and sighed. For a moment, the two were in the same boat. On their way to the Great Hall for dinner, Ivan and Harry were stopped by a very nervous 15-year-old Gryffindor girl who was clutching a satchel.
Hails, May.
She asked nervously as she handed over her satchel, afraid Ivan would disagree.
Of course, no problem.
Chapter 606, Can't You See, She Likes You? Harry looked enviously at Ivan, who was surrounded by girls. Crumb and Fleur enjoyed the same treatment at Hogwarts, where they were sought after by both boys and girls. He was the only one who was not well liked. Other than the Gryffindor students, no one in the house approved of his status as a champion, and he was sick of the snide comments they made about him. As Harry mocked himself, he saw a familiar girl walking towards him.
Ginny, did you come to see Yvonne for an autograph?
Harry asked curiously, but then he thought better of it. Ginny did not reply. She was shaking, and it seemed to take all her courage to hand over her satchel. Completely stunned, Harry pointed at the satchel and then at himself, his words faltering.
You want me too?
Ginny stared at Harry and nodded. It took her a while to say.
Yes.
Harry couldn't tell if he was nervous or excited, but he frantically searched his robes for a quill to give Ginny, but there was nothing in his pockets except gold galleons and sweets. Harry explained awkwardly. Ginny was stunned. She did not bring a pen with her, and even the request for Harry's autograph was a spur-of-the-moment thing. She only came over on the spur of the moment when she saw a girl asking for Ivan's autograph and Harry standing alone. The young couple looked at each other awkwardly.
No, Harry, here you go.
Ivan, who had just gotten rid of several sticky girls, soon noticed Harry's predicament and handed him his quill. Harry thanked her gratefully and accepted the bag with relief, writing his name on Ginny's satchel. However, his signature was not as good as Ivan's penmanship, which he had been practicing. However, Ginny didn't seem to care. She clutched the satchel with Harry's signature to her chest and ran off before Harry could say anything. Harry had no time to stop her, as he had intended to ask Ginny for help in persuading Ron.
How are you feeling?
Ivan asked suddenly.
What?
Harry looked at Ivan strangely.
Ginny, of course. Can't you see? She likes you.
Yvonne rolled her eyes, thinking that Harry was a little stunned. No wonder he was a champion and was alone at the ball. In the second stage of the Goblet of Fire, Ron was placed in the lake as Harry's most prized possession, despite the fact that they had recently had a terrible argument.
And no way.
Harry stammered, stunned. Ginny was Ron's sister, and he had never considered this possibility. Besides, he already had a crush on Cho Chang, a Ravenclaw girl, so even if Ginny did like him, he wouldn't respond. Ivan read Harry's mind and shook his head. Cho has always liked Cedric, and now that he's not in the Triwizard Tournament, he probably won't die, and Harry is clearly out of the running as the third player.
It seems that our savior of the wizarding world will have one more honor this year, the first champion to run by cheating. What do you think of that title, Potter?
Snape asked sarcastically. Malfoy and the others turned to look at Harry and snickered. Harry shook with anger, certain that Snape was the one who had thrown his name into the goblet of fire, and that he was the only one who would want to see him make a fool of himself. Snape, enjoying Harry's angry expression, felt much better. The constant stream of bad news and the burning dark mark on his arm had been annoying him for days, and it was only then that he could relax and have some fun. Snape cleared his throat and was about to say something else when the classroom door was pushed open. Snape frowned unhappily, trying to see who had interrupted his fun, and turned to see Colin, a third-year student, entering the room.
I hope you understand that this is class time, Mr. Creevy. You'd better have a good reason.
Snape stared coldly at Colin.
Professor, Mr. Bagman wants the champions upstairs.
Colin managed to say despite the pressure of Snape's cold stare.
There's still an hour before the end of the lesson, and when it's over, I'll send them.
Snape scowled with displeasure. He had only just become interested and was not prepared to let Harry off the hook so easily.
But Mr. Bagman said we should go now. The other champions are already there.
Colin insisted, undeterred. Snape stared fiercely at Colin for a long moment before he managed to utter.
Good. Shall I ask you to step outside then, Potter?
Snape's eyes snapped to Harry, speaking coldly, then glancing at Ivan.
And our true champion, Mr. Harles.
Snape's attempt to drive a wedge between them did not go as planned. Harry ignored him, packed his things, and left the room. Continuing in the classroom, Harry found it hard to imagine the vicious words that came out of Snape's mouth. Ivan also looked at Colin and patted him on the shoulder, admiring his courage. Not everyone was brave enough to confront Snape directly.
If you want to thank me, just take a picture with me later. I knew you'd be champions. Who else could it be?
Chapter 607, I'm always good at praising myself. After the photo session, Colin led Ivan and Harry to a classroom upstairs.
This is it, go on in.
Colin said. Ivan nodded and pushed the door open, revealing a classroom that was quite spacious. The desks and chairs had been pushed to the back of the classroom, leaving a large space in the middle. Fleur and Crumb arrived early and were deep in conversation with Ludo Bagman, along with Rita Skeeter, who had not been seen for some time. They all turned at the sound of the door opening, and Bagman pulled Ivan and Harry inside. Bagman patted them on the shoulder and said genially,
You're finally here? Come on in, relax. The game won't start so soon. I called you here to check if the wand is working properly and avoid any unnecessary accidents.
He then pointed at Rita Skeeter.
Also, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Rita Skeeter, columnist for the Daily Prophet. She's writing a little article on the tournament.
It's not a small article, Mr. Bagman. I'm sure it'll make the headlines tomorrow.
Rita Skeeter quickly rose from her seat and strode over to Ivan with an awkward smile on her face.
We meet again, Mr. Harles.
Rita Skeeter's tone was strange, as if she were trying to contain her anger.
You know each other?
Bagman asked, glancing curiously at Rita Skeeter and Ivan.
Because I received the Order of Merlin a few years ago, Miss Skeeter did a feature on me.
Ivan explained. Rita Skeeter's face fell, as Ivan's words reminded her of the time when Ivan threatened her. Rita Skeeter quickly adjusted her expression so that no one else would notice, cleared her throat, and turned to Ludo Bagman.
Mr. Bagman, I'm going to interview Harles alone. Is there somewhere quiet and undisturbed?
You can go into the cubicle. It's quieter there.
Ludo Bagman pointed to the right.
Then let's get out of here, Mr. Harles.
Rita Skeeter said with a fake smile on her face as she grabbed Ivan by the arm and pulled him that way. Ivan frowned unhappily. He felt that pulling and pulling like this was really immoral. After Rita Skeeter dragged Ivan into the cubicle, she locked the door behind them, and then her smile vanished, replaced by a look of deep anger.
You owe me an explanation, Hals.
Rita Skeeter hissed through gritted teeth.
Explain what?
Yvonne looked genuinely confused.
Of course it's that. Do you need me to refresh your memory? It's about the ministry.
Rita Skeeter's mouth twitched with anger. The last time she was duped into writing about fudge, Dumbledore was expected to boycott fudge and declare that his candidacy for the Minister for Magic did not happen.
You should be looking for Dumbledore. Why me? I'm only responsible for passing on instructions. Think about it. As a student, what can I do against the headmaster's orders?
Ivan threw up his hands innocently. He was not going to take the blame. It was Dumbledore's fault for leaving him with such a mess, and he would have been lucky to get it all sorted out.
I'll find him.
Rita Skeeter's words were curt, and her face darkened as she questioned Ivan about why he had told Dumbledore that she was an animagus.
How do you think I know who you are, Madam Beetle?
Yvonne asked Rita Skeeter playfully.
You didn't tell him, Dumbledore told you.
Rita Skeeter was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly recovered, disbelief on her face. However, when she thought about it carefully, she felt that it was possible and even solved some of her doubts. Before that interview with the Order of Merlin, she and Ivan had not known each other, and there had been no previous conflict between them. There was no reason for Ivan to investigate her. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was different. In her earlier years, she had written several articles about him and uncovered some juicy information. It was possible that he hated her, and most importantly, he was capable of investigating her.
Well, aren't you going to give me an interview? Let's get down to business, shall we?
Yvonne interrupted Rita Skeeter, annoyed by her questioning. Rita Skeeter was still annoyed, but she took a chair, picked up a pen, and prepared to ask a question.
Wait!
Ivan interrupted Rita Skeeter as a thought struck him.
What?
Rita Skeeter looked at him suspiciously.
I'll do the writing, you do the writing.
Ivan was not at all comfortable with the gossip editor, stressing the fact that Rita Skeeter had embellished the story during their previous interview.
You don't change a word this time, understand?
Rita Skeeter nearly snapped the quill in her hand. What kind of interview was that? This is an affront to her status as a journalist and editor.
Hales, I must warn you that it is not easy to write a good manuscript.
Rita Skeeter said, trying to contain her anger.
I wouldn't be so sure of that.
Chapter 608, Humble Hollis. Ivan ignored Rita Skeeter's angry glare, cleared his throat, and went on.
This is how you write.
This is how you write.
Even though the Hogwarts champion was reluctant to divulge any more information, the little I learned was enough to show that he had excellent character, although he kept a low profile. Well,
Ivan smacked his lips, thought about it, and decided he had missed nothing, then turned to Rita Skeeter. When she realized that he was frozen to the spot and that there was nothing written on the parchment, Ivan scowled and said unhappily,
you haven't written it down.
Rita Skeeter returned to her senses and reluctantly scribbled on the parchment. Ivan just stared at her until Rita Skeeter finished writing. It had to be said that the gossipy reporter had some skill. He accurately recorded everything he said without missing a beat. After finishing the last word in an extremely awkward manner, Rita Skeeter quickly put away the page and planned to leave. She did not want to stay here any longer.
Hold on, Miss Skeeter.
Ivan stopped her.
What else do you want?
Rita Skeeter asked angrily, thinking that she should never have come to Hogwarts to interview some champion.
I want you to be fair and objective when you interview Harry later. Understand?
Yvonne reminded him. He recalled how Rita Skeeter had made up stories about Hermione's love triangle with Krum in an attempt to get attention, much to Ivan's discomfort, and warned Rita Skeeter not to mention her friends in her article.
Or I think your readers would rather hear your story.
Ivan threatened.
You seem to be having a good time.
He knew exactly what Rita Skeeter was like. She was a woman who dug up information like a mad dog, and everyone in the wizarding world avoided her. Now, seeing Rita Skeeter suppressing her anger as if she had suffered a great loss, he became curious. Rita Skeeter forced a smile, and Yvonne volunteered to talk to her. Bagman didn't believe a word of it, but he knew he wasn't going to get anything out of her, so he got down to business.
Hales, now that the interview is over, get over there. Mr. Ollivander is testing wands for champions, and you're the only one left.
Ivan nodded and turned to the lectern, where several tables had been set up, in which Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxim, and Crouch were seated. They were joined by an old wizard of no particular name, who was holding Harry's wand and talking to it. He waved it again, and wine-red liquid spurted from the tip of the wand, filling the glasses in front of him.
It is in good condition, Mr. Potter,
said the wizard, returning the wand to Harry after experimenting with it. Harry put his wand away and turned to Ivan, calling out,
Ivan, your turn.
Ivan stepped forward and followed Harry's example. The old wizard took the wand, his light eyes fixed on Ivan with admiration and longing.
It's been a long time, Mr. Harles. I remember the last time I saw you, you were so young.
The old wizard gestured with his hand, then sighed.
But I knew then that your future must be extraordinary. I gave you this wand myself. I'm flattered, Mr. Ollivander,
Ivan said modestly, recognizing the elderly wizard in front of him. However, Ivan did not take Ollivander seriously. He searched his memory and found that when Ivan Hales went to the shop to buy wands, the wand master was very perfunctory and treated him no differently from other young wizards. And, with the exception of one case, all of the wands in the hands of the wizards of Britain were made by Ollivander himself, and of course passed on by hand. Ollivander, on the other hand, was very pleased with Ivan, as he had never been happier in his life than when he witnessed one of the most brilliant wizards he had ever seen using his wand. This not only advertised well, but also made Ollivander feel personally involved. Even as he thought about it, Ollivander didn't forget his business. He quickly raised his wand to his eye and examined it.
You, unicorn hair, 11 inches and 3/4 of a length.
Ollivander routinely analyzed the wand's composition and determined that it was the one he had given to Ivan, but also noted the runes that had been inscribed on it.
Well, you've made some later modifications to it.
Ollivander raised his eyebrows.
Yes, Mr. Ollivander.
Chapter 609, Are You in Trouble? Ollivander studied the wand for a long time, his light eyes shining. Ollivander looked at it for a while and roughly figured out what the runes were for. He turned to Ivan for confirmation.
It looks like there are 2 circuits on it, one to lower the spell's movement and the other to strengthen the spell. Is this your mother's doing? No,
Ivan said, shaking his head.
I modified it myself. Very nice.
Ollivander said admiringly. He was not averse to Ivan's modifications, as he only sold standard wands, and it was not unusual for a skilled wizard to modify his or her wand in later stages, as long as the other party took good care of it and treated his wand well.
By the way, Mr. Ollivander, you mentioned my mother. Did you know her?
Yvonne asked curiously.
There are only a few skilled alchemists in all of Britain, and Diagon Alley is not far from Knockturn Alley, so I've met her a few times.
Ollivander said with a smile, then experimented with Ivan's wand to make sure it was working. Ivan accepted the wand without further question. Karkaroff, on the other hand, stood up in a hurry and questioned him.
Wait, Mr. Ollivander, did you just say that Mr. Hales's wand has been modified to increase magical power? I think that would be extremely unfair to the other champions. We should ban him from using this wand during the match. I thought the Triwizard Cup didn't say that champions couldn't use modified wands, did it, Headmaster Karkaroff?
Ivan asked, frowning unhappily.
But the statute forbids the use of unconventional magical tools, and it seems to me that your wand falls into that category.
Karkaroff argued. Karkaroff had been briefed by Crumb on Ivan's easy defeat of Cedric a few days earlier. He knew full well how powerful Ivan was, and he knew that Hogwarts would have too much of an advantage if Ivan had the wand. Maxim agreed with Karkaroff, but before she could say anything, Dumbledore intervened.
Every champion should play to his or her strengths, Karkaroff. Hars is skilled in the alchemical way, and it is not beyond him to apply it to a match.
Dumbledore's voice was as loud as a bell as he looked from Karkaroff to Crumb and back again.
Are we going to ban Crumb from playing because he is a Quidditch player? Or are we going to force him to use only the oldest comet broomstick?
It looks like there are two circuits on it, one to lower the spell's movement and the other to strengthen the spell. Is this your mother's doing? No, Ivan said, shaking his head. I modified it myself. Very nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll excuse me,
Ollivander said, stepping forward to speak for Ivan.
Hars's wand was modified several years ago, presumably not in preparation for this match. In addition, a handy wand is particularly important for the performance of a champion, and it would be unfair to Hars to change it at the last minute. Or would you rather give each champion a wand that doesn't fit?
Ollivander asked. Karkaroff and Maxim were left with no argument, resigned to the fact that Ivan could use a powerful wand during a match. Otherwise, Dumbledore would have placed too many restrictions on the other champions, and it would not have been worth it if something had happened to them. Ivan looked at them, feeling very depressed. He wondered why Karkaroff and Maxim always wanted to limit themselves. According to normal procedures, shouldn't he be looked down upon and mocked because he was too young?
Well, now that the wands of the champions have been tested, what are we waiting for? Come and take pictures.
Bagman, who was standing nearby, saw that the atmosphere was tense and quickly tried to smooth things over. At Bagman's urging, Karkaroff and Maxim suppressed their annoyance for a moment, then went to Dumbledore's side and posed for pictures with the champions in the front row. Rita Skeeter intercepted Harry, Crumb, and Fleur as they were preparing to leave. She had to start with the other champions, as she did not manage to get any information from Ivan. Ivan gave Harry a look that said he was on his own, and that he would do everything he could to warn Rita Skeeter. Leaving the classroom, Yvonne walked the castle's corridors alone, thinking about her next move. Soon the first match of the Goblet of Fire would officially begin. If nothing had changed, this stage would have required the warriors to seize a dragon egg that was protected by a dragon. It was an extremely dangerous task for any other champion, and the slightest mistake could result in injury or even death. Ivan wasn't too worried. He had a number of ways of subduing dragons, but the trick was to make the fight more exciting so that more people would spontaneously flock to him and complete his systematic tasks. What really gave Ivan a headache was the fact that his legilimency practice had once again come to a standstill, and without Hermione's help he desperately needed to find his next practice partner. Even if he did not catch the mole, he would be able to tell Dumbledore about the replacement of the trophy with a portkey in the third match, thus foiling Voldemort's plan for resurrection. However, doing so would likely enrage the spy sent by Lord Voldemort, who, in a fit of rage, might attack the students of the school or even his friends. Therefore, they had to find this spy before the third match.
Who else will help me practice this spell?
Ivan muttered to himself. He couldn't just pick someone to practice with, could he? Ivan wouldn't do this unless he had to, even if he could clean up after himself with a memory charm. Not to mention the fact that Moody had recently been investigating the Goblet of Fire at school, and it would be difficult to explain if he found something unusual about the student and blamed it on him. Yvonne walked slowly through the castle, keeping her head down as she went through the options in her head. A gentle breeze blew down the corridor, and suddenly a disembodied voice called out from somewhere ahead.
Are you in trouble, Ivan?
Chapter 610, Painful Memory. Thoughtfully, Ivan looked up. A familiar figure was standing by the window at the end of the corridor. She raised her hand slightly, and several blue birds landed on her forearm. Their cries were like a symphony.
Luna, what are you doing here?
Ivan greeted her as she approached.
I didn't have any classes, so I wandered around the castle.
Luna said, then flicked her wrist and the blue birds took off, disappearing over the horizon. When she was finished, Luna turned to Ivan with her bright eyes and said happily,
Congratulations on being a champion.
Thank you, I received your blessing the other night.
Ivan laughed, remembering that Luna had been the first to applaud Dumbledore's choice of champion.
Well,
Luna suggested, seeing that Ivan seemed troubled. Ivan readily agreed, thinking Luna might be a good match. The two of them wandered around the castle together. They didn't have a clear destination in mind, and nobody talked about the things that bothered them. It had been a long time since Ivan had been this relaxed, and he was finding it hard to breathe under the weight of all the trouble he had to deal with. However, remembering that they had business to attend to, he brought Luna as far away as possible so that no one else could hear them.
Can you tell me now?
Luna asked curiously, looking around and seeing no one else in sight.
It's hard to imagine what could possibly stump you.
Luna added,
Don't flatter me. You know how much trouble I've been through in the past few years.
Ivan shrugged.
But you always manage to sort them out, don't you?
Luna said with a chuckle.
That's true, although sometimes the results aren't perfect.
Ivan had regained some of his confidence, but the recent chaos still gave him a headache. After thinking about it, he explained that he needed to practice legilimency and needed a helper.
Telepathy, is that the spell that reads memories?
Luna wondered aloud. Ivan had told her about it.
Yes, so when you practice, you'll see memories of your past.
Ivan asked cautiously. He believed Hermione was avoiding him because of this, and Ivan was worried Luna would refuse. To his surprise, the little witch agreed so readily that he was surprised.
We're friends, aren't we? If that would help you.
Luna said briskly, as if having her memory read did not bother her.
And when can we start?
She added.
Now here it is.
Ivan said, looking around. They had reached the 8th floor of the castle, where no one usually came. Luna nodded and turned to face Ivan, waiting for him to cast his spell.
Legilimency, legilimency.
Ivan kept his eyes on Luna's as he drew his wand and placed it gently on her forehead. The fleeting incantation connected their minds, and images flashed through their minds. Ivan was certain that this was the easiest spell he had ever cast, as Luna barely resisted him, and he was able to see what Luna was hiding in the deepest recesses of her mind. It was a particularly desolate green area, with an odd-looking house standing alone nearby. At first glance, it looked like a huge black cylinder covered in branches and vines, and steam was coming out of its top.
This is my home.
Ivan jumped when he heard the disembodied voice behind him. He turned around and saw Luna standing behind him.
You can appear in your own memory.
Ivan asked, bewildered.
Am I not supposed to be here?
Luna asked, surprised. She thought Ivan's magic worked like this. Ivan was baffled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since learning legilimency.
Let's go in.
Luna said. She took Ivan's hand and led him to the open door. Ivan put the question aside for the moment and followed Luna into the house. In contrast to its rustic, shabby appearance, the mansion was spacious and clean, not at all as cluttered as it had been in the past. However, there was something strange about the overall decor. Everything was circular, whether it was the tables, chairs, rooms, or the kitchen. There were also various newspaper cuttings on the walls, a few family portraits, and the rest were reports of rare and magical creatures. Ivan looked around and was led to a studio by Luna.
That's me.
Luna said, pointing to a small figure sitting on a round chair. Ivan followed Luna's finger and saw a blonde girl of about 8 or 9 years old, pestering a wizard of about 30.
This is my father, Xenophilius Lovegood.
Luna explained, pointing to the wizard. Ivan suddenly understood. In his youth, Xenophilius was quite handsome and did not dress sloppily. However, from the manuscripts on the table and his conversations with Luna Jr., it could be seen that he was quite fond of studying strange things. In addition to the father and daughter, there was also a witch who was absorbed in her research. Luna pursed her lips and did not introduce herself, but Ivan guessed that she was Luna's mother. In appearance, she was a beautiful witch in her early 30s. No wonder she had the intelligence of Luna.
She was my mother.
Luna said faintly, confirming Ivan's suspicions. Suddenly, the witch called out to Luna, who was a child, and stood up to leave. As she passed them, Luna reached out as if to stop them, but her hand passed right through the witch. The ending had long been decided, and everything here was in her memory.
Come on, let's go outside too.
Chapter 643, 643 There are already two people in this memory, 2 years ago. Chapter 611 There are already two people in this memory.
It just so happens that my mother is developing a new explosive charm. If she succeeds, it will be big news.
Luna's ethereal voice carried to him on the breeze, and Ivan looked from her to Xenophilius, who remained in the workshop writing.
So your dad didn't know.
Yvonne asked curiously.
She wouldn't let me talk to Dad about it.
Luna shook her head. The spell was dangerous, and there had been some mishaps during the previous experiments. Her mother had nearly been injured, and her parents had had a rare row over it. Xenophilius did not approve of his wife's dangerous research. Yvonne wondered why Luna's mother had brought her daughter along for the experiment. Wasn't she worried that the spell would get out of control? Could it be that she wanted to record some data as an assistant, but Luna was too young? Ivan's doubts were soon answered. The witch took Luna, who was young, into the dense forest not far from their home. After applying an armor charm on herself, she took out a package and handed it to her daughter, reminding her to stand further away. A sharp-eyed Ivan noticed that the package contained a green potion, which he, with his knowledge of potions, could immediately tell was intended for burns. From this, it could be deduced that he was using Luna as his last resort. Apparently, the witch understood the dangers of the experiment and remained vigilant. Normally, the armor charm's protection and specialized healing potions were more than enough to deal with most emergencies, not to mention the fact that Luna had been watching over her since she was a child.
Mother said that this was the last experiment and that her charm was about to be completed.
Luna looked on, stunned, and sighed sadly. Ivan did not know how to comfort her. As Ivan expected, the witch's exploding charm went out of control on the last word. The magic that was supposed to be targeted at the enemy ended up backfiring on itself. The flames that burst out illuminated the forest, and a loud explosion echoed through the sky. The shield charm's defense failed to do its job against this force and was easily torn apart. The witch's body was thrown up like a willow catkin and fell lifelessly to the ground. The body was a muddy blur, which Ivan believed was caused by Luna's shock to her mind, forcing the memory of her mother's death to blur. He could only imagine how traumatic it must have been for a 9-year-old girl to witness her mother's death in an explosion. Yvonne turned to look at the young Luna, whose face was a mask of terror and shock. She staggered over to the witch's body and stood there, shouting something in a low voice, reaching out her hands but not daring to touch them. It was so pitiful that it made Ivan's heart ache. A few seconds later, Xenophilius apparated upon hearing the explosion. He fell to his knees in front of the witch's corpse, crying uncontrollably and shouting something. Ivan could not hear clearly, presumably because Luna could not remember it in her youth.
I'm so sorry.
Ivan said with a sigh. He would never have asked Luna to practice legilimency if he had a choice.
It's not your fault. I'd like to see her again.
Luna pursed her lips and shook her head, even if it was only in memory.
Dad also told me that if I wanted to believe it, I would have a chance to see my mother again, not just in my memories or in my dreams.
Luna's melodious voice echoed through the forest. Yvonne started to say something, then stopped herself. It was not impossible for the dead to be brought back to life in the wizarding world, but it was very difficult to save a witch who had died in an explosion 5 years earlier. Xenophilius was undoubtedly lying to Luna, offering her a vague hope as an emotional crutch in the hope that time would heal the damage. Yvonne could see that Luna believed her, or she could only believe her.
Oh, by the way, Dad said there were still crumple-horned snorkacks, but they were probably too scared of me to show their faces.
Luna said regretfully. Yvonne looked at Luna, and although the little witch's face was calm, almost wistful, he sensed a deep loneliness in her.
Were you lonely then?
Yvonne couldn't help asking, and then she thought her question was stupid and prickly.
Sometimes, not anymore.
Luna nodded, then shook her head and giggled. Ivan looked at her in confusion, unable to understand Luna's meaning. The little witch seemed to be in a trance. She turned her head and stared at Ivan with bright eyes.
There are two people in this memory now, aren't there?
Chapter 612, The Legend of the Three Brothers. Ivan was taken aback by Luna's words, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little witches had such wild ideas. Is seeing this memory considered companionship? That's a cheap word.
Have you heard these stories, too, Ivan?
Luna whispered to Ivan as he stared at the book.
I suppose so.
Ivan replied casually, his thoughts wandering. Luna, for some reason, brightened up.
I used to hear Dad talking about them when I was a kid. The wizard and the hopping pot, the fountain of good fortune, the warlock's hairy heart, Babbity and the stump.
Luna listed every story in Beetle the Bard's collection as if she knew them by heart. Ivan, on the other hand, was stunned, as he had never heard of any of these stories, and had assumed that Beetle the Bard's tales only contained one story.
Oh, I almost forgot. There's also the tale of the three brothers.
Luna added as an afterthought.
Yes, I remember that best.
Ivan nodded quickly. It was the only story he knew. It is also the story of the Deathly Hallows. While they were talking, Xenophilius finished writing the manuscript, his eyes fixed on the tales of Beetle the Bard. After a pause, Xenophilius turned the pages of the book to the page that described the three brothers. He then took a stack of parchment from his drawer and scribbled on it. From Ivan's point of view, the parchment was blank, as if Xenophilius were pretending to write. He turned to Luna curiously, and the blonde witch tilted her head slightly and murmured something.
After Mother left, Dad would go through this collection every day, though he never let me see what he wrote.
Ivan then understood why the parchment was blank. However, even if he had not seen the details, he would have guessed that Xenophilius was trying to find clues about the three Deathly Hallows. Ivan thought back to the promise the father had made to his daughter. He had thought it was a white lie, but it seemed it was not. The resurrection stone, which was said to bring the dead back to life, was Xenophilius's goal. No wonder Xenophilius knew so much about the Deathly Hallows and was so convinced of the legend of death and the three brothers. Now it seemed that this was not only because of the pure-blood family background that allowed him to find out, but also because the wizard had placed his wife's resurrection on the resurrection stone. Unfortunately,
What's wrong, Luna? Are you okay?
Ivan asked worriedly, stepping forward to help her. Luna shook her head to show she was fine, if a little tired. Ivan thought about it for a moment, then realized that she had been in Luna's memory for too long and the mental strain was too much.
Then let's call it a day.
Ivan suggested, disarming himself, and the world of memories collapsed around him. When they came back to their senses, they were back in the empty corridor. The sky was dark and it seemed like a long time had passed. Ding, after hard practice, legilimency has been upgraded to level 4, 116 out of 1600. The prompt in his head made Ivan's lips curl up slightly. As he had imagined, the proficiency of practicing legilimency with a wizard was much higher than usual. In addition, his occlumency level was very high, so there was almost no barrier for legilimency to advance before level 6.
So did it help?
Luna asked, noting Ivan's smile.
Of course, you've been a great help.
Ivan said gratefully, then asked Luna sheepishly if she could spare some time each week to continue practicing with her.
I promise it'll only take a little while. It won't take too long.
Ivan promised.
Ivan, where have you been this afternoon? I've been looking for you all day, but I didn't see you at dinner.
Harry gasped.
I was wandering around the castle, practicing my magic. What's the matter? What can I do for you?
Ivan asked casually, curious as to why Harry wanted to see her so urgently. Harry looked around like a thief. When no one was looking, he lowered his voice and continued.
Hagrid told us to go to him in the middle of the night, and to make sure I had the cloak of invisibility with me.
Hagrid? Yvonne raised her eyebrows, trying to remember, and it occurred to her that Hagrid was going to show them the dragon and reveal the contents of the first exam in advance. Of course, Ivan had no idea if there would be any changes to the project, so it would be nice to check it out. As for the cloak of invisibility,
It's okay, we'll just use the disillusionment charm.
Ivan said, patting Harry on the shoulder.
It's so convenient. It's even better than the cloak of invisibility.
Chapter 613, Dragon.
No, this spell isn't as powerful as your cloak of invisibility. It doesn't make us completely invisible, so you'd better be careful when you need to hide later. Don't make any noise.
Ivan explained. Although the disillusionment charm had the same effect as the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, it did not have the same aura isolation properties as the cloak, nor did it have much resistance to counter jinxes. After years of practice, however, his disillusionment charm had become so advanced that Yvonne thought Maxime would not be able to detect it unless Harry gave himself away. The two of them chatted quietly along the way to confirm each other's location. After walking across a large meadow, they saw Hagrid's hut in the distance. Beauxbaton's station was not far from here, and the carriage was brightly lit, with the faint sounds of conversation in the middle of the night. Harry could not help but hold his breath as he passed by, taking care not to kick any rocks, fearing that he would be discovered, but it was not so bad and they reached Hagrid's cottage without incident. Knock, knock, knock.
Harry, Ivan, is that you? Yes, it's us.
Ivan shouted as he waved his wand to remove the enchantments on himself and Harry. Harry asked anxiously,
Hagrid, why did you ask us to come over so late? I'll show you something.
Hagrid whispered. Harry became more and more confused. He didn't understand why he had to look at something at night. Couldn't he do it during the day?
Anyway, you just come with me.
Hagrid didn't want to explain himself now, so he left the room, looking mysterious and excited. It was only then that Ivan got a good look at Hagrid's unusual getup. He was wearing a brand new fur cloak with a large red flower in the buttonhole. His beard, which was originally thick like a steel ball, had also been combed slightly. He looked as if he had been rejuvenated.
Jesus, Hagrid, where are you going in that get-up? On a date?
Harry asked, looking at Hagrid in the middle of the night, surprised at the man's appearance. However, he could not imagine Hagrid in love. He was so tall that most people would have been dwarfed by him.
Well,
Hagrid said defensively, blushing and looking nervous.
we're on business.
Ivan rolled his eyes, as did Harry's distrustful expression. Hagrid's skin was as thick as a rock pie, and he stiffly skipped over the subject and said to the two of them,
You follow me invisibly now, and remember, don't make a sound when you see anything, understand?
Ivan nodded, waved his wand, and disappeared with Harry. Hagrid recognized this as the effect of the disillusionment charm, and assumed that the two of them wanted to save trouble by not wearing the cloak of invisibility. Both men noted that he was heading in the direction of Beauxbaton's station. As expected, Ivan and Harry followed Hagrid all the way to the giant carriage, where they were met by a group of goblins. Hagrid gently knocked on the carriage door with his fist, which was as big as a cauldron, with a dull noise that made one sigh at the hardness of the door. Maxim was soon out of the car. Apparently, she stayed up half the night waiting for Hagrid.
Good evening, madam.
Hagrid beamed as he helped Maxim down the golden steps. Harry, who was invisible at the side, was stunned. He did not expect his joke to be so accurate. Hagrid really was out on a date. However, Harry had to admit that Hagrid and Maxim were a good match, at least in terms of height. Yvonne, watching the exchange, agreed that it would not be easy for a half-giant to find a suitable match. However, through legilimency, he was able to detect that Maxim's interest in Hagrid was limited, and he probably agreed to this meeting in the middle of the night to get information about the match from Hagrid. As expected, after a brief conversation, Maxim was able to steer the conversation back to the purpose of the visit, and Hagrid immediately took him to the Forbidden Forest with him. Avoiding detection, Ivan and Harry followed at a distance. After walking around the edge of the Forbidden Forest for 10 minutes, Harry shivered as the midnight wind swept over him. His patience was wearing thin. He couldn't understand why Hagrid wanted to see him and Ivan in the middle of the night. Was he creating an opportunity for their date? Harry was wondering if he should go home when he heard Ivan's soft voice in the wind.
We should be there, come closer.
Chapter 614, The Dragon That Can Barbecue. Harry felt his hair stand on end as he watched the dragon breathe down on him. Harry was impressed by the dragon's strength and temper.
Why would there be a dragon in the Forbidden Forest, and why would Hagrid bring us to see it?
Harry, unable to think straight, whispered to Ivan, who might be nearby.
It's obvious, isn't it? This is the first task we're going to have to face.
Ivan's voice came from the other side.
You mean we're going to have to fight the dragon?
Harry stammered, swallowing hard at the sight of a huge dragon with fangs that could swallow him whole. The dragons were in terrible shape, lying unconscious on the ground, but Harry would not underestimate them. To be able to make so many elite wizards work together to deal with it was enough to prove how dangerous a dragon was.
Don't worry, we probably won't be required to defeat or kill them, as most champions can't do that.
Ivan offered words of comfort, but before Harry could relax, he added,
But it's a given that the champion will have to face them head-on. If I'm not mistaken, it's a cliché where the champion snatches treasure from the dragon's jaws. That's what the crowd loves to see.
Harry rolled his eyes. This was no better than a brawl, and he was no match for it. While Harry was deep in thought, Ivan turned his attention back to the match. After a fierce struggle, the dragons were all subdued, and the guarding wizard was left sweating as he repaired the damage. Ivan, however, noticed a dragon that was very special. It was not attacked by the wizards and simply lay on the ground, half-napping, oblivious to the noise. There were only 2 or 3 wizards watching it, and they were obviously very comfortable with it.
Norwegian Ridgeback!
Exclaimed Ivan as he identified the dragon. This was thanks to the many books he had read on dragons in his earlier years, which gave him a good idea of how dragons were classified. However, if he remembered correctly, the champions of the first match of the Goblet of Fire should have been facing Hungarian Horntail, Chinese Fire Dragon, Swedish Shortsnout, and Welsh Green Dragon. Ivan took a closer look and saw that the Welsh Green had been replaced.
Oh, it's Norbert! I can't believe they brought him.
Hagrid shouted excitedly from up ahead. Hagrid's shout woke Ivan up, and he remembered that he had kept a newly hatched Norwegian Ridgeback in his first year.
I can't believe it's grown so big in just a few years.
Hagrid exclaimed, looking at the snoring Norwegian Ridgeback like an old father seeing his child achieve something.
What? You've seen these dragons?
Maxim asked, glancing at Hagrid.
Seen one o' them, to be exact. See that Norwegian Ridgeback? I hatched him myself, and I'm his mother.
Hagrid declared proudly, gesturing with his hands.
When it first hatched, it was about that small, but it grew very fast, reaching my shoulder in a few days. Norbert was also very clever, learning to roast fish himself in 2 weeks.
Ivan, who was hiding in the shadows, wanted to rush to Hagrid's side and gag him. Those who kept dragons on their own at school could be imprisoned in Azkaban, and Hagrid had revealed this information so easily. Fortunately, Maxim did not care about Hagrid's dragon breeding in the Forbidden Forest, and instead asked how dangerous this dragon was compared to other dragons. Maxim knew full well that the fact that the British Ministry of Magic had gone to so much trouble to transport a shipment of dragons from Romania meant that these dragons must have something to do with the first match, something that the champions must face. Maxim was very worried at the prospect of having to deal with a dragon, which was extremely dangerous for professional dragon tamers, let alone Fleur, who had just come of age. So if you have to face them, choose the gentlest one.
I haven't seen Norbert in a while, so I don't know much about them, but I'm sure Norbert's the safest of them all.
Hagrid said hesitantly.
You're right, Hagrid. It's safe and clever, and it won't lose control easily. That's why we sent for it.
As Hagrid and Maxim were talking, Charlie came over with a group of dragon tamers and explained to them with a resigned look on his face. It was the Ministry of Magic's decision to make dragons a competition, and due to the danger of such magical creatures, every dragon was chosen through 100 different methods. It is best to show the danger of the game while keeping things under control at all times, although it seems strange to Charlie that the Ministry of Magic only needs a brood of hatched female dragons, which will undoubtedly make their selection of the dragons more difficult. It took them more than half a month to choose the 4 dragons. Norbert did not, strictly speaking, meet the hard requirements of a hatched female dragon, a young one. However, at the urging of many dragon tamers, the Ministry of Magic's commissioner assigned Norbert a test, which, upon passing, was accepted.
I'm sure Norbert won't let you down.
Hagrid said, thumping his chest.
Can I go visit him? It's been ages since we met.
Instead of replying, Charlie turned to Maxim and frowned.
Why did you bring her along, Hagrid? It's against the rules for champions to know what they're up against. She's bound to tell the Beauxbatons champions what's going on, isn't she? Lady Maxime was only interested in the dragon, so I took her to see it. We should have trusted her, she wouldn't have let it slip.
Chapter 615, The Sound in the Darkness. Charlie didn't believe a word Maxim said, but there was nothing he could do. The news was out, and he couldn't cast the memory charm on Maxim.
If Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch find out I let the subject slip, we'll be in trouble.
Charlie exclaimed, not wanting to be scolded. More importantly, it would be extremely unfair to the other champions.
Relax, Charlie. As long as we don't tell, no one will know.
Hagrid comforted Charlie, then rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes shining as he stared at the dragon.
What are you going to do with the champions, then fight the dragons? There are exactly 4 of them, one for each of you.
Hagrid spoke briskly, with a mixture of excitement, as if the champions were playing a pet instead of a dangerous dragon.
Not a chance, unless they want to get the champions killed.
Charlie shrugged.
I suppose the Ministry is counting on the champions to get past the dragons.
Even so, it's dangerous enough. If things go wrong, we'll rush to the dragon's rescue, cast the extinguishing charm on it, and stun it to make sure the champions are safe.
Charlie looked very serious. The game was a test for them, the dragon trainers.
Then how will the champions choose their dragons? Will they choose their own?
Maxim did not have the instincts of a seat peeper, and she was worried by what Charlie had said.
I don't think you should ask.
Charlie said, shaking his head.
We don't know the details, but I don't think they'll be given a choice. They'll have to draw lots.
A draw, by luck.
Maxim's brow furrowed, and she went on.
It still seems unreasonable to me, since there is a less dangerous dragon, and if a champion were to draw it, wouldn't they be able to pass easily?
Maxim had hoped to meet Norbert during Fleur's match and pass the game with ease, but a 1 in 4 chance was too low.
You are mistaken, Madame Maxime. Safety does not mean easy.
Charlie retorted with a shrug.
Norbert is smarter than the average dragon and will not be easily fooled, which means the champions will not be able to fool him with small tricks.
Maxim nodded, understanding Charlie's meaning and looking at Norbert without any of his earlier eagerness. It was unrealistic to expect the champions to face the dragon head-on. During a match, one would have to use certain methods to distract the dragon and thus clear the stage. However, this was not possible with Norbert, who was far too clever.
All right, enough of this. Can we go see Norbert now, Charlie?
Hagrid urged, unable to wait any longer. Charlie hesitated, troubled but reluctantly agreed, despite Hagrid's persistent pestering. According to Hagrid, he could not stop a mother from seeing his dragon baby.
When Norbert first arrived, he surprised us. He was the most brilliant dragon we have ever seen. He was just a little afraid of wizards. I think he was frightened by someone.
As Charlie spoke, Hagrid rejoiced in Norbert's bright future. Ivan, who was with them, was speechless. A perfectly fine dragon was going to perform acrobatics in the future. However, it was better than being flayed and turned into a magical ingredient.
Oh, I'm so glad you haven't forgotten me.
Hagrid was moved to tears, but failed to notice the strange way Maxim was looking at him. These happy hours did not last long. After 10 minutes or so, Charlie began to chase the dragon tamers away. They had been working all night and were exhausted. Ivan and Harry followed Hagrid out of the grounds and back to the castle. When they reached the Gryffindor lounge, Ivan stopped, rubbed his empty stomach and looked at Harry.
You go on home, Harry. I haven't eaten tonight and I'm hungry. I'm going to go to the kitchen and find something to eat.
Chapter 616, A Spy's Index.
Come out.
Ivan snapped, his voice low and his expression strained as he gripped his wand. He had an idea who was in the corridor and was hesitant about attacking them. It was highly likely that they were up to no good, especially since they were suspicious of him.
Put down your wand, it's me, Hulse.
The sound of hoarse, low voices came from down the corridor, along with the soft thud of a stick hitting the floor. Shortly afterwards, Moody's scarred face came back into view.
What are you doing here at this hour, Professor Moody?
Yvonne demanded, not intending to lower her wand.
I might ask you the same thing.
Moody snapped, then his expression hardened, and he looked away with his magical eyes. Yvonne thought Moody was about to make a move, but he silenced her with a gesture, then gestured for her to look out of the window. This inferior diversion was obvious to Yvonne, but she did as she was told and activated her protective ring, the ring of magic on her wrist ready to go. If the opposition tried anything, Ivan would be able to confirm Moody's suspicions and mount a reasonable and legal counterattack. However, the expected ambush did not occur. Instead, a figure could be seen skulking across the lawn in the direction Moody was pointing.
You were so loud, Karkaroff almost heard you.
Moody exclaimed in relief.
Is that so?
Yvonne said dubiously, having run legilimency the whole time without much success, as Moody never looked at her with his normal eye.
So you're after Karkaroff?
Ivan ventured.
You could say that, but he's not the only one I've been after lately.
Moody said casually as he swung his wooden leg toward the exit.
Let's hurry up and follow him. I hope Karkaroff hasn't gone too far.
Ivan hesitated for a moment, then chose to follow Moody but kept half a pace behind, keeping Moody under constant surveillance. Moody seemed to sense this but said nothing. The two of them followed the figure from a distance. Ivan, cold and hungry, complained to himself that he had been following someone all night. Why did all these people like to come out at night? Ivan held his anger in but accompanied Moody as he tracked Karkaroff, curious as to where Karkaroff was going. The dark figure in front of them sneaked up behind a banyan and waited for something to happen. A minute or so later, a large witch approached them from the other side, a look of annoyance on her face. Maxim, she did not return to the carriage. Yvonne immediately recognized him. Maxime was the only witch who was this tall at Hogwarts, and she should have just separated from Hagrid. Yvonne sensed that things were getting complicated, that everything was coming together like tangled threads. He looked suspiciously at Moody, suspecting that everyone present had been taken over and were planning to gang up on him.
Let's get closer so we can hear what they're saying.
Moody, oblivious to Ivan's thoughts, cast a disillusionment charm on himself with narrowed eyes, then beckoned Ivan to join him. Ivan collected his thoughts and stepped forward as well. As they got closer, they could hear Karkaroff and Maxim talking.
It's obvious now, we must join forces. You think they won't come after us if we don't do it? Think about it. One of the three referees is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the other two are members of the British Ministry of Magic. If you put yourself in their shoes, do you think they'll deliberately side with those two Hogwarts brats? I could tell from the choice of champions that they were working together.
Karkaroff spoke angrily, his words sharp. Maxim, on the other hand, seemed to hesitate. She hesitated, then looked around before speaking.
What are you going to do? Make trouble for the champions before the game? I would never do such a thing.
No, that's not what I meant.
Karkaroff rushed to explain, seeing Maxim's misunderstanding.
I meant that when the time comes, we can find a reason to lower the score of the Hogwarts Warriors and then give our champions high marks.
I don't think that's a good idea, is it?
Maxim was tempted but hesitant.
There are two champions at Hogwarts, and it's not fair. They broke the rules first.
Karkaroff said soothingly. Maxim thought for a moment, then nodded. The two of them then talked in low voices for a while, before pretending that nothing had happened and heading back to their respective camps.
Disgraceful behavior. They were planning to lower your points so that Hogwarts would lose this year's tournament.
Moody exclaimed in frustration as he disarmed Karkaroff and Maxim, his cane hitting the floor with an odd thud. Ivan was also having a headache. He had not expected Karkaroff to be so shameless. In the original timeline, he had always given Harry a low score, and this time he had even dragged Maxim into the mix. In order to complete the two missions issued by the system, Ivan had originally planned to score the highest points in every match, or at the very least, first place in every match. However, if Karkaroff and Maxim deliberately targeted him during the scoring, it would be difficult to win. Moody stopped cursing and turned to Ivan.
Don't worry too much, Hales. I'll let Dumbledore know. Just figure out how to get through this. I'm not worried about you, but Harry is a bit of a handful.
Moody added in a muffled voice as he walked toward the castle on wooden legs.
Yes, I'm worried about him too.
Said Ivan, looking equally worried.
I've been briefed on the details of the first match. It's a dragon, and it's the mother dragon that incubates the eggs. The Ministry's point should be clear. Let's get the eggs. Is there anything you can do to help him get through this?
Chapter 617, Four Suspects.
That's not for you to ask me, Hales. As a champion, Harry will have to solve this problem on his own.
Moody said playfully, grinning. Yvonne glanced at Moody and after a moment's thought moved on.
And did you say you had a suspect in the search for the man who put Harry's name in the goblet of fire?
4 of them are suspicious.
Moody said, clicking his tongue as he headed for the defense against the dark arts office.
The first is Karkaroff, whom you just met. In case you didn't know, he was a Death Eater and did a lot of bad things. I personally sent him to Azkaban. He was supposed to spend the rest of his life with the Dementors in Azkaban, according to his crimes. However, he struck a deal with Crouch, then head of the Department of Executions, and was exempted by giving up a list of Death Eaters.
Then why did he, a former Death Eater, become headmaster of Durmstrang?
Yvonne wondered.
He fled to Northern Europe because he was notorious for being unpopular with the British wizarding community.
Moody explained, shaking his head.
I don't know how he became headmistress, but it's possible that not many people there know of his past.
Yvonne pondered this for a while, sorting through the information Moody had given her. He did not think Karkaroff was very suspicious. He was, after all, a complete traitor, and Voldemort in his weakened state might not trust him. Moreover, Karkaroff's performance during this period was not unusual compared to the original timeline, and he even intended to lower their scores and make them lose the game.
What about the other 3 suspects?
Ivan asked, turning his attention to Moody.
The second one is Snape.
Moody said, his eyes narrowed, and the sound of his wooden legs echoing down the corridor. Like Karkaroff, he was once a Death Eater, but was saved by Dumbledore. Also, I've had a bit of information at school over the past few days, and I've been told that Snape has been picking on Harry a lot in recent years, and that he's the most likely suspect if anyone really wants Harry dead. No, he was the least suspect. Ivan rolled his eyes, disagreeing with Moody, but understanding that Snape was indeed the prime suspect in Harry's murder.
As for the third suspect,
Moody drew out the word hesitantly. They walked all the way to the professor's office in defense against the dark arts, where Moody unlocked the door with a key and strode in.
You still haven't told me who it is.
Yvonne said, feigning casualness as she followed him inside, her wand gripped tightly in her hand. However, as soon as she entered the office, Ivan's brows furrowed and a faint stench filled the office. Upon closer inspection, Yvonne saw that the entire defense against the dark arts office was a mess. Piles of papers, newspapers, and odd little objects were strewn across the desk, as well as several clothes that had not been washed.
oh, it's time to clean up. I've been so busy with my classes and investigations that I haven't had much time to sort things out.
Moody looked embarrassed as he hurried to open the window and point his wand at the room.
Clean it up.
As Moody chanted the incantation, a gust of magical wind swept through the office, causing papers and papers to float up and slide into drawers. A large number of strange creatures crawled out of the cracks between the tables and chairs and were swept out of the window by the magical wind. Ivan took the opportunity to look around the office. The most striking feature was a large mirror, which hung on the wall opposite the door but did not reflect the room. Instead, there were many figures in the mirror. One of them was standing very close to the mirror, as if it would only take a few steps to walk out of it. On the corner of the table was a golden antenna-like object that was buzzing nonstop. Ivan was able to identify a number of security devices with a few glances, and was glad that he had not decided to investigate Moody in the heat of the moment. Ivan's eyes then focused on the boxes in the office.
The third suspect is Barty Crouch.
Ivan was trying to think of a reason to open the chest when Moody's voice came through.
What?
Yvonne asked, turning to look at Moody with surprise and bewilderment. After a while, Ivan asked quietly,
Why, isn't Mr. Crouch a high-ranking member of the Ministry of Magic, and a former executive director who you just told me tried many Death Eaters and imprisoned them in Azkaban? What reason would he have to harm Harry? I don't know about that, but from what I've heard, Crouch seems to be in a bit of a state lately.
Moody hurried over to Ivan with his cane.
I heard from Bagman that Crouch had been out of Hogwarts Castle for the past few days. At first, I thought he had gone back to the Ministry on business, but when I checked with the Department of Communication, they didn't see him. This is very interesting. Crouch, the organizer of the Triwizard Tournament, is nowhere to be found. His movements are unknown.
Moody's expression was grave. Yvonne nodded. Barty Crouch was certainly a suspect. He had not forgotten that the father and son shared the same name, and if Barty Jr. had disguised himself as his father, he would have been able to fool the Marauders map, which showed the same names. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Crouch was killed after disappearing for so long.
What about the last suspect?
Yvonne asked, gathering herself.
He's here, isn't he?
Moody's words were drifting, his magical eye fixed on Ivan.
You doubt me?
Ivan asked, looking at Moody with displeasure.
Don't blame me for being cautious, Hales, but you're no less suspicious than the rest of them, and you managed to cross the age line that night, didn't you? You had plenty of time to tamper with the Goblet of Fire.
Chapter 618, A Conversation with Moody.
I believe I explained before that it is not easy to cast a spell on a powerful magical object.
Ivan frowned.
But you can do it, can't you?
Moody said, cutting her off.
I didn't tamper with the Goblet of Fire, and I can't help it if you doubt me.
Ivan glanced at the golden antenna on the table and did not answer directly. Moody stared at him for a moment, then moved his gaze away, his words no longer as hard as before.
Of course, I would like to believe you myself. Otherwise, I would not be here telling you this. Dumbledore does not think you did it.
Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way he could explain what had happened, and it would be troublesome if Moody kept asking questions.
Now that you've identified 3 suspects, what are you going to do next?
Ivan continued. Moody said confidently.
I have tested Snape and Karkaroff over the past few days, and have not been able to get anything out of them, so next time I will go straight to Crouch.
I believe I explained before that it is not easy to cast a spell on a powerful magical object.
However, I have always believed in the need to prepare for the worst, and Barty Crouch is not an easy man to deal with, and I know what he's capable of. In the event of a confrontation, I may not be able to restrain him, so I will need a helper.
Moody added.
I can help you if you need me.
Ivan said bluntly. He was worried that he would not be able to find a reason to test Crouch, but unfortunately, Moody delivered the opportunity to him.
It would be best if you were willing to help.
Moody was delighted, as Crouch's unusual status meant that Dumbledore would not approve of his investigation, which meant that he would not be able to get help from other professors in the castle. As for Ivan's strength, he had already experienced it in his defense against the dark arts class. Even he could not easily subdue him.
It's just.
Yvonne looked at Moody hesitantly.
I'm not an Auror anymore, and he's not the chief executive.
Moody said, trying to be clever. However, Yvonne doubted that Crouch, even if he was Moody's superior, would have the nerve to investigate him.
Oh yes, there's something I forgot to show you.
Moody exclaimed, suddenly remembering something. He hurried to the corner of the office and opened one of the boxes, pulling out a piece of parchment with burnt corners.
Recognize it?
Moody asked, handing Ivan the parchment.
What?
Ivan asked, reaching out to take a look at the note the Goblet of Fire had spit out.
Handwriting, you know what I mean.
Moody said impatiently. Yvonne looked at the parchment again and saw that the handwriting was unique, and realized that Moody was trying to track down the mole by writing. It must be said that Moody was observant enough to pick up on details that others would not have noticed, and he had not previously noticed that handwriting could be used to trace who was behind it.
I'm sorry, but I've never seen anything like it either. I don't think it's anyone I know.
Yvonne searched her memory but could not recall anything. Disappointed, Moody sighed and said,
I spent some time collecting all the students' names and comparing them, but nobody matched.
The whole school. Yvonne looked at Moody in surprise, wondering how he had managed to collect them.
What about Crouch's writing? Did you confirm it?
Ivan asked.
I saw his writing when I served under him, and it's in a very different style. But we can't rule out the possibility that he had it written in advance and then brought it over.
Moody growled. Ivan nodded, meaning there was nothing they could do except hope to get information out of Crouch, which explained Moody's willingness to go after his former boss.
Anyway, let's set the meeting with Crouch after the first match, and I'll let you know when.
Moody said. The conversation lasted the better part of an hour, and by the time Ivan came out of Moody's office, it was dawn. Ivan, cold and hungry, rubbed his empty stomach and decided against going to the kitchen to find the house elves. It was too late to bother them, so he decided to just have breakfast.
Is the ministry crazy? They want you to deal with. Against a dragon.
Hermione said, forcing her voice down so that no one else could hear.
Who knows, maybe the ministry thinks it's more exciting.
Ivan muttered as he wolfed down a large cream muffin.
Exciting, it'll get you killed. Not many wizards are capable of subduing a dragon on their own.
Hermione looked furious.
Well, what can we do? We can't change the game.
Harry's face was full of worry, and he had lost his appetite for food, flipping through how to deal with dangerous creatures in an attempt to find a way out.
How about a stunning charm? That's how Professor McGonagall subdued Norbert last time.
Hermione suggested. Dragons are very resistant to magic, and if Norbert hadn't been so young, the stunning spell wouldn't have worked. And you can't expect Harry to have Professor McGonagall's level of magic.